So we want to bring everybody up to speed. We just had the parade lap with Class 7. Class 7 is going to be our first race of the day. They're in their milling circles now, but we want to kind of give you a heads up of what's going on. We've got a wind out of to our backs really, but it's a northeast wind, so it's coming off of the land and going over the race course. So here on our course, like Christian will tell you, it looks like a bow tie with the front here on the beach being straight with the dog leg in the back. So we've got the Class 7 boats. I can see them on the north end of the course. They're just bringing them up on plane. We've got that big old power play that's going to bring them down in front of us. I bet they're going to let them go here pretty quick.
Here we go. This is all the season, all the money, today and tomorrow. This is a wonderful race site. Looks of this sea conditions are deceiving. There's holes. It's blowing, like you said, it's blowing right over our backs. The wind is trying to keep that water down, but there's holes. We're lining up for 9 boats in Class 7. This is what we're here for. These are the best in the world, best in the business, best in these seats. Single engine outboard up to 60 miles an hour.
I see everybody's jockeying for position here on the outside.
You can hear them rolling. Flag. Here we go, boys. This is for all the money and girls. Candace Donnelly, you are...
Green, green, green. We're going racing.
Here we go.
First race is underway here
in Englewood. Boats are jumping. Excellent start.
Jackhammers, or Whackhammer, they're going to be branded as this weekend. Looks like they're jumping out to a lead a little bit there with Battle Wagon just on the outside of them.
Great even start. It's going to be a really tight turn 1. Now, this is going to be a bow tie course. It's going to be a driver's course, but at the bottom of the bow tie, just imagine a straight line, no little W. So now they're going into turn 1. This is the first lap for this race. 9 boats wide.
So we got a 4-mile lap today, 4-mile course, and they're coming past our vantage point. They're already headed back down to the south end of the course to go into what we would call the first turn, so turn 1. Looks like they're all maintaining their lane okay. We're going to try to keep an eye out of what we can see here with the glare. Everybody make it through this corner. This is the sketchy part. Got the rescue helicopter right over the top of them in case anything does happen. 9 boats in this class. It's so cool.
It almost looks as if it's a parade lap. That's how close all these boats are. Definitely. I'm on bended knee looking through binoculars, and I'll give you an update.
So today here at the race we had a little bit of a change. So Derek Dawson brought out his boat. They even have it listed here as a Velocity still, but it's not. It's his own design. He has brought out a brand new boat for this class. Built it himself back in Missouri and showed up here with this brand new boat. It is so trick, and it's really cut down, Christian. I mean, it looks kind of like the Nitra that was out here racing with us.
It does, and that's what's so encouraging for our sport. So we have, I'm just going to give you a quick update. Looks like Offshore Omies, Team Progression.
Right now they're on the south end of the course, headed out to the turn buoy. That would be out to sea. You can see it there.
Yep,
We've still got a tight grouping of about 100 yards with the first 5 boats. Back behind there, we've got 2 more about 100 yards back behind them, right underneath the camp or the helicopter. Trying to get a number here of all the boats that's coming
There we
through.
go. Now we're starting to see some flyers. And this is when you're going to see some high-flying acrobatics. Boy, I thought I was going to have to sign up for gymnastics class after getting on the plane and my nerves, especially being on this scaffolding so high up. But we're going to see some high-flying action. Normally, you could see the type of manufacture of the boat just by the way the boat flies.
Yeah, I figured that you could do that. Come on, boat guy.
Oh, boy, it's so hard and nerve-wracking. I'm resting these binoculars on the scaffolding, much like a sniper.
I think that's Derek Dawson here to our outside. Of course, if he maintained that lane, he would have the inside of this dog leg. This class is so cool. So tight and competitive.
This is going to be a driver's course for sure.
Coming into turn 4 here. You got an idea of who's in the lead there, Christian?
I'm trying, but this course is so wide and big. looks like we have Team Progression, Naughty Boys, possibly Offshore Omies.
I don't think these guys are going to be breaking out today. They may be breaking the boat because they are hopping around on the backside of this course.
Okay, now we got some good pictures. Naughty Boys in first, that's a positive. Omies in second, Team Progression in third.
Oh my gosh! Oh,
Red
did he
Rum
hook?
in third. Dawson just passed for third. And Battle Wagon in fifth. It's rough out there, guys.
It is. These boats are limited to 22 feet, open cockpit. Of course, with the limited to 300 horse Mercury outboards. Most of these have the Mercuries on it.
Bad Habit just outing that little Hustler for 7th and 9th respectively.
So we got Progression out in front. Progression.
It looks like we have Naughty Boys out in front.
Then Team Progression in second.
Then Team Progression in second. Offshore Omies in third. Dawson in fourth. Red Rum in fifth.
Battle Wagon in sixth.
Battle Wagon in sixth. I thought it was Bad Habit in...
And Jackhammer in...
I don't see Whack. It's
seventh, I
Whackhammer.
believe.
I
do.
didn't see
That's
them.
it right here in
Okay.
seventh. No, it's not. I'm sorry.
No, I don't see Whackhammer on the course.
Well, there's a boat out here. There's a boat out here in between the dog leg and turn number 2. I believe that would be them. Down on the course. Not upside down, just right side up.
That is Whackhammer. From watching these races all season long, you kind of get a look of what everything looks like. Now here's James Jurancic. Hold on. Running beautifully. James Jurancic, Dylan Gold, running this boat wet, nose down, Naughty Boys in first. Here's Team Progression in second. Offshore Omies in third. But I got to tell you, Derek Dawson is edging them out.
He's making up some time. Now they can't break out of their
In
class.
fourth, and Red Rum coming up.
So
Here
they've
comes
got-
our boys. Just laying back
Boy,
and goofing around.
They do have a good attitude on that boat.
It's running, and they have the poise just to be patient. Matthew is a driver's driver.
Definitely. So with first place out in front of the group of 4 boats that's right behind there, so they're out by, what, 300 yards? You got to wonder, have they broke out, or did they just take the corners that much better?
So this is a driver's race. It's a very good point. Possibly they could have broken out, but they could also be that good. Now we're on to lap 2. So they could be, to answer your question, all these drivers are amazing. They're excellent. They could be that good because the same thing happened to us. We were so far out in front that it's a driver's race. The way you apex a turn, the way you exit a turn, the way you keep that speed. The way you keep that speed and momentum up. But you do. It's really not over until the chips are red.
So, let me ask you a little bit about the manufacturing of the boat. So, with your Battle Wagon, how much did that boat weigh? Estimate. Come on, now I'm calling you out on it.
So with the racers in it or with the racers out of it? Because those are offensive linemen. Right around 2,000 pounds, but they're racing against horse jockeys. So we have 600 pounds of beef behind the steering wheel in this boat. It's wonderful because it really makes me, it elicits me to think to try to make that boat faster. The boat is not light. The Battle Wagon gray boat, the goofing around, it is not light by any means because I built the boat to go over 5-foot seas comfortably.
Okay.
But they're racing against guys that are half their size.
Correct.
So Matt and Joe, and they know that I love them, right around 2,000 pounds, a little bit more, a little bit less, is how that boat is turnkey.
Okay.
Now when you put 600 pounds of beef behind that steering wheel and throttle,
Yep.
it kind of changes everything. So it's not the lightest boat in the field, but it's also not the heaviest.
Now, do they carry a lot of ballast too?
No.
They don't. They don't need to?
And there's no tabs. Well, when you have 600 pounds of...
No tabs?
No tabs on that boat. No
Wow.
tabs. And a majority of the boats don't have tabs. Some of them do run ballast, some of them don't. Now, this boat was built with a ballast tank. Some of them have ballast tanks that were put in after the fact. A lot of these boats are 40 plus years old. And they're still running, and they're running extremely hard.
We're getting word that, let me look here on social media. I don't know if everybody's hearing us yet or not. I don't know if it's broadcasting. We're doing our best. Please stay with us. We know we got the camera going. We got great camera work going on today. Doug's on camera number 1.
Now we have audio.
Great camera work going on today.
This is a delay.
Camera number 1. Now we have audio. All right, everybody. This is Brad Harrington here in the broadcast booth with Christian right here next to me. We're watching this second lap of class number 7. They're just coming around the dog leg. Who we got there in the lead, Christian?
Naughty Boys is in the lead, commanding lead. Looking good on the roughest part of the course.
8th mile lead they got going on there. Call it out as you can see it.
Okay.
Christian's got his binoculars going.
Naughty Boys. Looks like Team Progression, Derek Dawson and Dawson Marine, Red Rum, Offshore Omies, and Goofing Around.
So this class is starting to spread out just a little bit. Oh, I do see Dawson has moved into 3rd place. Dawson is definitely having a great showing today, and he has got around that and into 3rd place. So we've got a progression, and the custom design of Derek Dawson from Mid-Missouri.
And then we have both superboats stacked up.
In 4th and 5th.
The Battle Wagon in 6th.
We could watch how they're coming around that corner there. So you can see there, I don't know if the camera's showing it or not, but we got a cabin cruiser out here, which would be on the north end of the course. That thing's 40 foot long and it's rocking and rolling out there.
Right.
So there's some holes for these, especially for these smaller boats.
So imagine, and we've been discussing this the whole time why we didn't have audio, but now we do. So this course is shaped like a bow tie, and imagine the bottom of the bow tie a straight line, so there's no W. Right. So this is a driver's course. So now we have Naughty Boys in a commanding lead, boat looking wonderful, with James Jurancic and Dylan Gold. Second place is Team Progression with Joe Riley's Junior and Senior. Derek Dawson is really moving that boat into 3rd. Wonderful job in his own design. Red Rum, really close, chasing him.
2 superboat. Boy, he does look like he's gaining on him a little bit. They got to be sure that they don't break out of their class.
Offshore Omies. And here comes the Battle Wagon guys, running flat and wet.
See, there's a little bit of roller there. Rocking and rolling a little bit. So, I don't know if you guys could hear us earlier, but what we're trying to do is give you a heads up. The Class 7, we were going to run a smaller lap. This is a 4-mile lap course, and they were going to decrease that and have a 2-mile lap course, but the whole class voted this morning to do a full lap race. So, instead of doing more laps, they're going to do the large laps and do a total of 5. And we've got 2 of those laps down. Here comes the Hustler here in front of us. That's a cool boat too. Had a chance to check those out at the street party last night here in Englewood. You know, it's great having everybody come out and support the races. It's great to see that we could get it off today too, with, you know, the devastation that came through this area not too long ago.
And we have Bad Habit crossing the start-finish line now. That's with Johnny Donnelly and Mom Candace Donnelly.
So is it her boat or his boat?
I think we have to ask them that. I think right now it's all her boat because she's mommy.
22 velocity. Up on the pad, looking great.
Now the whole fleet is heading offshore into the Gulf, one of the roughest parts of the course. And this course is big. This is a driver's course, Mr. Harrington, and you're going to start seeing the boats fly. The looks are deceiving of this weather. We have a easterly or northeasterly wind trying to calm the seas. However, it's a lot more rough than it looks.
Yeah, there's definitely some holes out there. So at this point, at this turn here, they're the farthest from our vantage point. We can see them coming around the corner now.
Wow!
Whoa!
Team Naughty Boys really taking a flyer, and they're taking that turn extra wide.
I believe there's some safety boats on the inside.
If Team Progression's really taking flyers from that turn. They're taking those turns, that turn's hugely wide. There's some boats that can get underneath of them.
There's definitely some big water out there.
There are major holes in that turn.
I see Jackhammer, Whackhammer today. They've rebranded the boat a little bit. I see it floating over there to the right-hand side of our screen. So, can hear that the audio for the beach is cutting in and out a little bit. We're getting a little bit of back feed, but trying to get that all figured out for everybody. So they're racing here to the dog leg, coming straight at you, straight into the camera. Look at those high flyers.
All right, now we have...
They are winging it.
In commanding lead, we have Naughty Boys with James Jurancic and Mr. Gold. And second, it's anybody's race in second.
Is Dawson caught up to second place yet?
They're giving them a run for their money. Dawson's in the wash of Team Progression, and they're having a tough time getting around them.
Look how little and narrow that brand new boat is of Dawson's.
But they're doing well, and this is what that sport needs.
He's going to the outside.
Wow,
That is awesome.
He went to the inside, then the outside. Naughty Boys is just sitting, drinking a cold iced tea, running real easy, running level. Excellent job.
Dawson goes to the outside, comes around the corner.
And here comes Dawson rivaling for second.
Whoa. You gotta wonder if this first place boat, just as long as they haven't broken out of their class, to let everybody on the beach know and everybody that's watching from home, a lot of the people at home follow us all the time, so they know how the bracket racing works out. So what we have right here today is that we have a bracketed class. These guys are limited to 60 miles an hour. And at the end of the race, they'll take the GPSs, download them, and be able to see if anybody went above 60 at any point on the course. So they'll download all the data and make sure that nobody's broken out. If they have broken out, they are penalized. But these guys are veterans of the sport, so you can't guarantee or rely that they have broken out if they're that far out in front, but you gotta question it. You gotta question it.
Well, it is a driver's race.
Definitely.
So that being said, there is a possibility.
Definitely. So
right now, we have Naughty Boys in first.
Just coming around the north end corner.
And they have a commanding lead. They're set on cruise control.
Right. You got second and third place racing to the pin.
Second place is being held by Team Progression, but third place, and really gaining on them, is Dawson Marine.
Yep. They shut the door on them there going into that
Fourth
corner
place
coming around.
Is Red Rum, and fifth place, bouncing around that turn, is Offshore Omies.
So that's the two super boats?
Sixth place by themselves is the Battle Wagon goofing around. So here we go, across the start finish line is Naughty Boys, Team Progression, Dawson right on their transom cleat, Red Rum. These boats look great coming down this front stretch.
They do, they're
Offshore Omies. He's trimmed up a little bit. You see how he's flying around. Needs a little bit more ballast in the bow of that boat, but that's okay.
Talking about the attitude, look at the Battle Wagon. That's straight as a string.
It is.
You got to be proud of that.
They are the national champions just by starting today. But this racing, it's made at the start. So you need to have a good start if everything else is equal. But however, this course is a driver's course. So 6th place goofing around. We're waiting on 7th and 8th place.
I think there are 2 down, 2 boats. We gotta have one still on the course back here, coming around the north end of the course. I know we have one out here that's off plane in the middle of the course.
And I think that's Whack Hammer. And I believe that's Bad Habit.
Bad Habit's
so
on the backstretch.
Here
still.
comes Legend Marine.
The Hustler of the
The
class.
21 for Hustler. That boat looks like it's running excellently. I mean, it's trimmed perfect. It just needs to stay in the water. Because a boat that's flying isn't going forward, it's flying. So you need to have the prop in the water in order to propel yourself forward. So even though it looks cool, the best thing is to have the boat in the water to give you momentum forward.
So, and if you are going to fly the boat, you want to fly level so that you can get back down in the water as fast as you can. You don't want that bow up there bouncing around, catching wind, blowing you all over the course. You want to keep it nice and flat and keep it level and get, like you said, stay in the water and keep going.
100% correct. You need to have a level boat. It looks like Bad Habit
Come down off a plane?
coming off the right before the last turn to the start and finish line. They're off plane on the northwest corner of the course. Man, that big cruiser that's just anchored up at the center of the course is rocking and rolling. Englewood, it could be Lady Calm or she could be ferocious, and we're almost in between. And I got to tell you, my guy said 3s and 4s, we want it super duper rough. We were praying to the offshore gods to be incredibly rough, because that kind of separates us.
With your offensive lineman in your boat?
Exactly.
That's what they want? That's
exactly
their race of choice? So today, for everybody watching at home, it's going to get up to, what they say, 78 today. We've got a little bit of clouds in the sky. Tomorrow looks like it's going to be rain for most of the day. And a high about 58 to 60. So today's going to be
high flying action in turn 2. All these boats are acrobats.
Oh, they're jumping and
Naughty Boys still in a commanding lead.
all
T
over the
Progression
course
in second. Dawson Marine in third.
hardly any rollers coming in here, surf coming in here in front of us. So there's
Got it.
There's
Thank
holes,
you very much.
But there's no big steady roller coming through here. There's just some holes out there.
Whoa! Big leap by Naughty Boys. And when these boats fly, they almost slow down when they're flying because they're 21 feet long, going 60 miles an hour.
Great corner there.
Excellent dogleg corner. Dawson Marine in great position for second place.
He might be able
and
to
they got him! Dawson Marine in second place. Whoa! And just like that, Team Progression takes over.
Neck and neck race going on for second place here.
That is bow eye to bow eye. Whoa, huge leap by Red Rum. Red Rum stood the transom up on end. The bow must have been in the clouds. That is a wild ride. You could hear the crowd.
I think it was Dawson Marine took a big flyer. We didn't get to see it from our vantage point. I hope the camera got it there, but they'd fallen back a little bit behind.
And that is the nature of this course. You're either calm or way rough.
Naughty Boys is still out to a commanding lead, about 400 yards. Dawson fell off there, and they're back about 10 boat lengths now.
Yeah. I don't even need the binoculars to see our guys. The boat flies like a stealth bomber. So as long as they held 60, there could be a breakout.
It could, definitely. It's the same color as the Navy boat that's out there.
And that's why I did it.
Now, do you build those too?
I cannot answer that question.
Oh gosh, here we go.
I have to be careful about how I answer that.
Okay. I won't ask anything else.
But now we can see that the field started to lay out. Everybody's in their 60 mile an hour bracket. Naughty boys. Here's Val calling me. Okay, hello.
Trying to get a little bit of inside knowledge here from race control for you. We got Naughty Boys still in the lead, coming past the start-finish boat.
So
Team Progression in second.
And now
Dawson is right there, right behind him in third.
And now we're moving on to the last lap. This is lap 5 as they're coming across the start-finish line. I hope for the viewers at home, that's Red Rum coming across the start-finish line right now, that we're doing an acceptable job of giving you play-by-play of where boats are shaking out.
So then we have the offshore Omis.
Yep, offshore Omis. That's a 40-year-old superboat.
Sweet.
Goofing around's gaining on them a little bit.
I think
and
so.
And remember, this is a driver's race. These drivers have to be calculated because they're bracketed to 60 miles an hour.
So have your boys in the Battle Wagon boat, have they broke out yet this year? At any of the races?
They have not broken out yet.
So they know what they're doing.
I could never do what they do. I don't have the temperament. I don't have the poise. I don't even know if I have the reaction time. You can, as long as you could break out, but it has to be less than 3 seconds.
Correct.
If you break out for more than 3 seconds, you're disqualified. You have to go to the back of the pack. That is so difficult. A lot of the old timers, I get both arguments that this is not offshore. Their version of offshore was going hundreds of miles without sight of land, taking all day, and then coming back.
Right.
This is different because you have spectators. It's a bracketed class, so you have to watch your speed. It's like drag racing. It is like chess. Before this weekend, we had a strategy. Then the rules were made about how to stage boats, the lanes in which we start.
Correct.
That changed our strategy.
Oh, really?
It did. Because there's single points today, right? Regular points today, and this is accounting for Fort Myers race too. And then tomorrow is double points.
Correct.
For the World Championship.
Correct.
So that, you have to play within the rules. And if you're not using that math, you need to be calculated here. So as Legend Marine just went across the start-finish line, as we were looking at that beautiful Navy command boat, that's amazing, it's one of our pace boats. This is a wonderful weekend for racing. The world's best, finest racers. It's an incredible weekend. And today, it's getting warmer, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I've got a long sleeve shirt on, but it is warming up. May have to peel that thing off here after a while. Can't complain.
Huge leaps, this is turn 2. Huge holes, huge leaps in turn 2.
We got the top 3 boats there. I can see the 4th coming around the corner. I think 2nd and 3rd, it's still Team Progression and Dawson Marine.
They are neck and neck,
it's
bow eye to bow eye.
Dawson that's zigzagging behind there, trying to make up any ground they can to try to get out of the wash of Team Progression. Now, they said in the driver's meeting that this is racing, but not bumper boats. They do not want anybody bumping anybody into or out of a corner. You can maintain your lane, but they don't want you zigzagging down the course to try to keep somebody behind you. Now, you can zigzag if you want to try to get in front of somebody or get around them, but they don't want you protecting your place.
The race between Dawson, the race at second place between Dawson Marine and Progression is amazing. What a showcase for this the first time out. Derek Dawson has literally 2 hours of test time before bringing this boat to Englewood. And it is literally bow eye to bow eye.
There you see in the camera, I'm sure, you see the towboat pulling one of the velocities there off the course.
Yeah, that's bad habit. So we have Naughty Boys, Team Progression, Dawson Marine, Red Rum.
Team Progression's being able to hold on to 2nd place. I can't wait to talk to those guys later on and see what all happened out there.
Offshore Omis and goofing around.
The Rileys in that Team Progression, such great guys. Wonderful to talk to in the pits. And that is a beautiful boat, it really is. I love the setup in it.
Whoa, heavy flyer from Team Progression on the backstretch. And you got to wonder, wait, is Dawson going to see that too? So he sees Team Progression fly. Dawson's going to fly too. Another lofty flight by Red Rum. And this is a huge ride for the folks inside those boats. They need FAA license because it's like flying an airplane. My stomach is taking gymnastics courses just looking at it.
You said you built that boat though to withstand 5-footers, right?
Yes.
So they're not going to break this battle wagon boat.
Oh, you're jinxing me. But when you see that boat fly, it flies level.
It does. Beautiful setup.
So
on
you
that
could
boat.
see the difference between how the battle wagon flies, and all these boats are amazing. And here we go.
Coming down to the finish line, looks like here. By our calculations, this will be it in Class 7, with Naughty Boys taking the checkered flag today. I do see the checkered flag on the back of the start-finish boat. Hear the cheering of the crowd. Naughty Boys takes
Congratulations,
the win.
James. First place.
Team Progression coming across in second
With Dawson Marine.
Right? Just about 50 yards right behind him. Then we have
Red Rum.
Red Rum in fourth place, followed by, last time they came through, it was the
Offshore Omies. Should be Offshore Omies and then goofing around. If everything shook out properly. Or the way
you are correct.
The way it's been going all race. And tomorrow, this could be a completely different course. It could be even more rough.
And so what they're going to do tomorrow, instead of inverting the class, they're going to actually pull cards again tomorrow for the lane choices.
Okay.
We have,
and here comes our national champions, goofing around, battle wagon. Good job, guys.
we have one boat still on the back stretch.
And that's Legend Marine.
That's the only hustler that's out there today, right?
Seems so, yes.
I thought they had come down off a plane. Maybe they got underway again.
Way to go. We have one boat left to finish.
Wrapping up the first race
We got
today.
all the laps right.
Hey! Or at least from our
And
calculations.
so far, that is our goal, to make sure that we have the laps and the boat names and everything correct. We apologize, or I will take ownership. I apologize if I got it wrong.
Well, you have the inside scoop on this class for sure. I sure appreciate you being here in the booth with me, really helping out today.
One more racer left on the course. Congratulations to James in Naughty Boys. James is such a competitor. I'm sure by the time he gets back to Long Island, he will have a plan in place to go run it on the weekend. He just always is in that boat running, even in 32 degrees. Hey, congratulations!
See the teams walking past us here in the booth. We got one boat here left to complete his laps. Got the Hustler coming right by our booth. And that'll wrap up the first race of the day.
And here comes the Hustler start-finish line, rounding out the pack. Great, safe race, fast race, high-flying race, excellent men and women. Mrs. Donnelly, great job. Miss Candace. We're going to showcase the women of racing later today.
So I want to give a heads up to everybody that's following from home and everybody that's here on the beach as well. Right now I have a 11:07 on my watch. The second race was supposed to start here at 11 o'clock, so we're going to be starting here real soon with the second race. I can see them on the south end of the course coming out. They're supposed to be out here and ready, and they will get this second race started very soon. There you have Naughty Boys with their checkered flag saying hello to the crowds. They're going to come by here and wave to everybody here on the beach.
Excellent, well earned.
And on
Way to go, James.
Our second race of the day, we're going to have two classes in it, class number 5 and class number 6. Both of those classes have 7 boats in them. It's going to be a great race coming up here. So that's actually the largest race that we have at the day, with 14 boats on the course. So we'll have our hands full trying to keep everything straight on that race. But class 5 and class 6 is going to be amazing because we got some close points battles going on. Got to give our hands big wave. Congratulations to Naughty Boys in Class 7.
Excellent job, James and Dylan. You earned it.
They will receive 100 points for today for winning. I believe is how that points are awarded. You're not awarded any points, extra points for any of the boats that you actually beat. So usually if there's 7 boats in the class and you go first, you're going to get awarded six extra points. I appreciate it. Get a little bit of information here in the booth today. Appreciate that from everybody helping out. We got Doug up here on the crow's nest, way up high. We got Sam down in another camera coming up here soon for everybody. You know, this area wasn't hit near as hard as Fort Myers, but they still had a lot of storm debris. And coming into town, we could see this just debris everywhere in everybody's front yards, and they're working on the roofs. They're tearing everything, all the debris away and hauling it away. We've got those big trucks with the grapple hooks that are just picking things up and moving things out of the way as fast as they can. And I go inshore 10 miles and you can still see all the damage.
Yeah, it is. So this is paradise, right? So you go down the road, you see all the palm trees, the beautiful crystal water, and then you see all the devastation. Yeah. This community needs this race. So if you look at the beach, it's lined with folks and people. This is the world. This is where all the best come to play, and we're revitalizing, hopefully, partly. We're bringing energy to the community, and you could see it. The community with the block party last night, it was ginormous. It was so much fun to be a part of, and the folks there even said, "Thank you for coming. This is really engaging. We get to see the boats. Now we have a different perspective of things. So it's wonderful. It's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to be a part of. Hey, Kevin! Congratulations. It's not over yet, but congratulations for today.
What? Okay. Are we live still? Are we live still, Sam? Awesome. So we're going to get this second race started off here soon. I can see one of the pace boats here on the north end of the course, but I don't see any of the Class 5s or Class 6s behind them. They're all still down on the south end of the course. We're going to get this started here real soon.
You mean there's more racing? I was all set to go home.
I love your excitement. Loving having that in the booth.
That Navy boat is incredible.
Yeah, I don't know if they heard us talk about that earlier, but it is amazing. You see the big radar there on the back? And it's got gun turrets on the side of it. They had did you see that in the street party last night?
I did. I don't want to talk about it too much because I want to stay alive.
I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
And the crew is just, they're lethal. I mean, they look like pit bulls.
Very cool to have them here and be a part of our race here today for the World Championships, OPA Englewood 2022 World Championships. So let's get a rundown of who we're going to have coming up here in Class 5 and 6. So like we said, we're going to have 14 boats out on the course today. And we have Class 5, we have boat 502 Cigar Monster with Jimmy Wizzle and Rob Goodwin in the Rendell 1 design. Then we have Shoreline Plumbing with
Brent. Uh-oh, that could be Val. But we got to wait a second for a call from Val, who's race control. Hello, go ahead.
Getting you most up-to-date information we can straight from race control. We got Brent and Jason in the super boat.
Which class?
Then number 517 Bulletproof with Elijah and Craig in the Warlock. Beautiful boat, blue and white boat. Craig has a beautiful setup with that boat. Great team.
Okay.
Then we have number 527, Team Woody, with JJ Turk and Michael Stancombe. Michael Stancombe came down and has been down in this area for the last 3 or 4 weeks, helping out, doing anything he can for the local racers and for the local community. A lot of the guys back home were sending him down supplies and plywood and everything to shore up everything they could to help the community out. Of course, they're in a Phantom with the Team Woody. Then we have number 549, Team Farnsworth, with
Irvin Grant and Mark Didario.
And then we have number 555 Mean Streak with
Jeremy Hellens and Vance Hagen.
in the DCB, of course. And then we have, I believe it's a scratch, today, 568.
Agora Day Spot is a scratch with John Cohen
And Eddie
Simmons.
I was really looking forward to seeing them run that superboat. You know, they go ahead.
Well, so that race between Brent and Eddie and John Cohen, that would have been a really good race to see. Sadly, I think they had a little bit of motor trouble that they couldn't solve overnight, and unfortunately we're not going to be able to see that run.
Right, so then we have in Class 6, we have number 600 Powerhouse Racing with
Nelson Sawyer and Damon Murata.
in Baja, of course. They just were racing last weekend down in Key West. Then we have number 601.
We have Rum Runner, Mike McColgan and Fran Valutato. He's got his target on his back.
Yeah,
he's the front runner.
Exactly. You know, they've just dominated that class with the Scarab, the Larry Smith Scarab, and actually I think it's going to be branded as Unsalted Doe Sharks that's jumped on this season with them. Then we have number 609 Moderation with Michael and John. John Saris is going to be in that one as well. It can't be in two boats. Jason is in one and his dad is in the other, in the Stuffin'. Then we have the Smith brothers in the CRC number 611.
Yep, Pete Smith and Rich Smith. So look for that race to be pretty competitive so there's going to be a three-way. So the Rum Runner, Moderation, and Smith brothers are all excellent, as well as Deception. So this class is going to be completely competitive.
Yep.
Between Money Monster, Deception. They're all great. They're all front runners. It's really going to be a start. It's going to be acceleration. But back to the racers.
So number 621, we have Money Monster with Tim Vandenberg, Jeff
Kempfer,
and Cliff Shaw in the Carrera. Then we have number 651, Deception
with Jesse Schmig and Robert Bryant.
And another Joker. And then we have number 684.
MDG Offshore with Tyler Ish and Jason Govados.
And that's a Protector.
Yep.
And I've told everybody before, you know, actually, he bought that boat in Topeka, Kansas.
Yeah.
You know, within an hour of my hometown, back in just outside of Kansas City. And he bought two of them, actually, and brought them back and got it rigged up and ready to go. The guy had laid it up, I believe he said in Kansas or maybe down Oklahoma, but Midwestern-made boat for sure.
A Midwest offshore boat is pretty unique. And he said that boat wasn't rigged until he bought it. It was sat in a barn unrigged.
I know.
Everybody's boat is always a barn find, right?
How'd he
Especially
find it?
offshore.
It's in my backyard and I didn't know
Right.
about it.
Everybody's boat and whole scheme is in a barn until...
So class number 5 is going to be doing 8 laps for 32 miles, and class 6 is going to be doing 7 laps for 28 miles. Boats are going up on the north end of the course right now. They'll be in their respective milling circles, waiting for the pace boats to bring them down in here in front of us. They're probably going to start them. Wrap it up. Okay, we're going to wrap this up real quick and then bring you back to this second race of the day. Thank you, everybody. We'll be right back shortly. Up here, Christian?
For Class 6 we do, yes. A parade lap plus 7.
And the Class 6, the Class 5s will be doing 6 laps, correct?
I believe so.
Let me verify that. Hopefully, yep. So today, let everybody know what's going on back home. We do have our broadcast going out on the beach, so everybody turn around at the beach and wave back to us, but we've got about a 30-second delay, so it's playing with us a little bit here in the broadcast booth. Christian's waving to everybody down there on the beach. So correct, Class 5 is going to be doing 8 laps, and Class 6 is going to be doing 7 laps.
Are they racing together?
Yeah, it would be a first start and second start as they come through here. They're going to be racing at the same time, of course. And we've got them up on the north end of the course. Pace boat still has a red flag out. They haven't brought them up on plane yet. We only had 1 scratch, so instead of having 14 boats out there in this race, we're going to have 13. Lucky number 13. It's going to be a great race today. We've got some points chases that are going to be going on today, and it's amazing. These guys can't break out. They've got to maintain their points. So in Class 5, I have Mean Street in the lead at, I see 508 points, with Bulletproof at 455.5 points, and Team Woody at 405 points. Then we have the Rum Runners, number 601 and 588 points. Deception, pretty far back at 287, and MDG offshore at 233. Got to see how this plays out today. So today's points will be not half points, but they're going to get double points tomorrow. They get full points today, so if you win the class, you get 100 points. Tomorrow, you would get 200 points. If everybody was there with us on the first race, we only had 1 camera going, so we got 2 cameras here going on the second race today. Up here in the crow's nest, high on the scaffolding above the palm trees. Our broadcast booth is down just a little bit from there. We're 2 stories up. Trying to get a good look to the north end. I do have a little bit of a palm tree in front of me. Trying to deal with that.
Yes, we're dealing with a little bit of view blockage, but we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to get the laps straight. What the racers do in the boats, I'm doing on our scaffolding, which is, and I'll post this on social media, is I have, for Class 5, we have 8 laps plus a parade, and I have the laps on tape on the scaffolding, because we want to be able to get the laps right.
High-tech stuff you got going on over there.
Listen, if it works for NASA, it should work for us, right?
Well, I know it works for the racers. That's what they do as well. You have these brand new boats and everybody still puts tape on the dash.
So they have Simrad that's Frenched in and flush mounted.
Okay, yeah.
But then we have electrical tape or duct tape or black tape or whatever tape, and we're doing the same thing.
Exactly.
So, and you have to understand, folks at home, Mr. Brad Harrington is a racer. We have a lot in common. He rolls a 28 Sabre, where I used to run a Sutphin with small blocks. So you're listening to folks that, and I apologize if my passion comes a little too
no, we love it. We love it. Keep it going.
Reverb over the airwaves. But today I'm coming to you all as an enthusiast.
We love it. We love having you here, and you're bringing the enthusiasm up a notch, and I love having you here in the booth with me to help call the race today. Yeah, we both have twin small block boats at home. I know you have several of them, being the manufacturer as well. I do see that we have one of the patrol boats or tow boats moving the buoy for the inside dog leg. So we'll get that straightened out. Probably going to wait on that here a few minutes, but we do have the boats milling here on the north end of the course. But love having Christian with us here today. Beautiful day. We got a little bit of a wind to our back here. It's a northeast wind coming across the shore and blowing out. And as you can see from the cameras that you're looking at, it really, it's not that big of water. It's really not, but there are some holes out there. You'll see as we go around here today, you'll see that we have some turnboats. One of them's about a 42 to 44 foot cruiser out here, I'm looking. And you'll see it's rocking back and forth. Now the big start finish boat is a great big, probably 70 foot yacht, and even I can see it rocking. So there's a little bit of a roller, not too much, but you can see the surf there in the camera, I bet, looking up here to the north end of the course. Tomorrow we have weather coming in. Weather with rain part of the day, so as far as this Kansas boy is concerned, it's a little bit more enjoyable of a day. Oh, they're setting the buoy here in front of me for the finish line, I believe. We sure appreciate towboats coming out. We have one of the towboats here that came up from Key West to help out because all the local towboats are busy with the storm cleanup. And we've mentioned that before. The pits here, they've cleaned everything up and right around the race, but you just go a block or two away and you can still see the devastation that they're dealing with here in Englewood Beach. We loved coming to this area. We wanted to come and support this area. And a lot of the boats also, you know, they had their sponsorship set up for the Fort Myers race that was due the week after the hurricane came through. So a lot of those boats kept that sponsorship on their boat to show their support for the folks down in Fort Myers. And you know, we're keeping all those people in our thoughts and prayers. We love that site as well, and hope to get back to it next year or so. I know it'll take quite a bit to save that area and to get it going again. I have some good friends that are down there in that area, and they're making it through. It's just a little bit at a time. It's tough. Looks like they got the start and finish buoy right out here.
Look at this crowd of people.
Yeah, it's great. Great crowd here today.
So the crowd last night, and then coming here this morning, I saw a line on Beach Boulevard. Incredible. Absolutely incredible that these folks are preempting the cleanouts of their homes and trash, and they're here to enjoy this spectacular race. Gorgeous day. I don't know if tomorrow's going to be as amazing, but we'll see. Look at that mill. The mill looks beautiful. You can see it from our vantage point. Boats are circling just to make sure everything is safe.
We do have another scratch. Let me look here.
We definitely have a scratch. The third race, we're going to do one start, stock V, and then so the stock Vs will be running with a single Class 3 boat, which is Brothers Racing. The Woody Class 3 boat will be a scratch. And I apologize. Am I hollering? I think my ears are still popping from the flight here.
The flight in?
Yeah.
You're doing great. Just don't blow my ears out if I'm standing next to you. I think we'll be all right.
It's just so exciting. I mean, it looks calm, but then the backside of the course is rough as anything. You can see him taking flyers. We're really going to see something in this race.
We'll have to get a boat count as it's coming through here. I believe there was another scratch in Class 6.
It might have been. No, it definitely wasn't deception. It could have been. I don't want to take a guess. From my vantage point, I don't know. I don't want to guess.
We don't want to call somebody out and then be out there.
Yeah, I want to give you the right information, so I'd rather not give you the information first.
Then they catch me in the pits and then really get after me. I see the pace boat, still got the red flag, but it looks like the pace boat's coming up on plane, coming down towards the south. At least they're turning south.
All right, we're rolling up on plane for a parade lap.
I hear some feedback out on the beach. I'm sure sorry about that. I'm trying to keep away if it's anything that I can do.
The power play is our pace boat.
And the big Navy boat will be for the second start, correct?
Correct. So this is Class 5. This is Class 5 entering their parade lap. So we have that 517 Woody, Shoreline Plumbing, Team Farnsworth, Mean Streak is in the mix. Man, here comes that Navy boat right behind them for the pace boat for Class 6.
Punchin' Holes was the other boat that was having trouble. They had a...
Hear that thunder?
Definitely. Hopefully
the
mics are
Rendell
picking that
boat.
up. Beautiful parade lap going by here.
Just enough bump to get them a little aired out on the front stretch. And here we see the Navy boat with Money Monster, Deception,
Class 6 coming by
here's
here.
the Sutphin Moderation with Johnny Saris.
So the Money
Mr.
Monster
Long.
Carrera, it looks like it's bouncing around a little bit.
Here's Powerhouse. Boy, he's giving it the gas. Yes.
Now Team Farnsworth, it looks like another Carrera as well. It's listed as a
MDG and CRC as well as
zero
frame.
tolerance.
Valutata.
So they do the parade lap so everybody can get a lay of the land and figure out exactly where all the turn gurus are. I always, when I was racing, I loved the parade lap so I could kind of get, you know, the jitters out. You knew exactly where the pins were. But I'm a visual guy. I don't want to just rely on what I'm looking at.
Completely the opposite.
You'd rather just look at the map?
I dread the parade lap.
Because you don't want to break or what?
It's like taking a pre-test before the test.
Yeah,
you
I
just
hear
want to
you.
get in it. Because you feel like you're wasting fuel, you're wasting energy, you're wasting material on the piston walls. You know, I'm unique that way.
Oh, I like a boat ride. So I love the parade lap. So we'll do the parade lap and then we'll get the boat started on the north end of the course. They'll probably get a green flag right here in front of the VIP tent, right in front of this, or between the VIP tent and this big 70-foot yacht that's sitting out there. I don't know what kind that is, Christian. I don't know if you know what kind it is, but it is beautiful. It's a big boy. It's been anchored there all night.
Were you referring to the Navy boat? Because I was
No,
just passing.
I'm the start-finish boat, which is a monster out there. I don't know what kind of a yacht it is. So we got the second race getting ready to start here soon. I'll just give everybody a heads up. We've got race number 3. It looks like it's going to be 12:30, but if you know offshore racing, that's 12:30-ish, of course. But in our race number 3, we're going to have Stock V, which will have 5 boats, and Class 3, which has 2 boats. So we'll have 7 boats on the course at that time. Then about 1:45-ish, we got race number 4, which will be Mod V, 2 boats in that class, and Class 4 will have 4 boats. Then the last race of the day, we'll have the biggest boats out here today, folks. We got race number 5 at 3 o'clock will be the Unlimited. We got 1 boat in the Unlimited, 1 boat in Super Cat, 1 boat in V Extreme. And then we have 2 of the factory stock 450 boats and 2 of the super stocks. So we'll have 8 boats in the final race of the day. That's where you'll see your biggest speeds, their highest speeds of the day.
I really enjoy the way the OPA laid this out. So the slowest group, Class 7 guys, had their own separate race.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
9 boats, huge fleet, all Class 7 outboard boats. Now, the next step up, 6 and 5. 2 classes, 1 race. So they're not inundating the race course with a bunch of boats that are slow and fast. So it makes our job easier, it makes race control's job easier, and it's more comfortable to the racers. So there's not many boats, different classes, going by each other, going underneath of each other. Hopefully, the way they're doing it prevents chaos. And I think that's really important.
Definitely. They are also, we've got a lot of guys pulling double duty today. We got Billy Shipley's going to be running double duty. Chad Woody's going to be doing double duty. Jason Saris, Johnny Saris are both going to be doing double duty. Anthony Smith is going to be in the V Extreme and the Super V, or Stock V, I'm sorry. And then we have Michael Stancombe that'll be doing double duty, and Irvin Grant will be doing double duty. So we got a lot of guys that are racing in 2 different classes today, and we're trying to allow a lot for that so that they can get back to the pits or get back to the other boat and get ready to go. Of course, their teams get the boat ready, and those guys just jump out of one boat and jump in the other, and they're ready to rock. Sure feel bad for the back feed we're getting down there on the beach. They say we're not getting it on the live stream. I sure hope not. Trying to follow along with what the race controls telling us. Christian, you got any boats that you manufactured in this class?
Man, you're asking me tough questions to answer. So the short answer is yes. However, there are none on the race course right now, but we shall see.
So we do have Mean Streak out there. Of course, in that family is Colleen Hagen, and I saw her today getting coffee. So she looks like she's getting
wonderful?
Yeah, she's getting around good. I talked to those guys. I didn't get a chance to talk to her today, but she's doing well. It's good to see that she's doing so well.
And she's chomping at the bit to get back into a boat.
That's great to hear.
We need more smart, strong, confident women in this sport. Number one, just because it's amazing, and you want more competitors, because that's what creates the longevity of the sport. But when I spoke to her last night, she's chomping at the bit to get into a boat. She needs the clearance. Her son is playing football, so she needed a little bit more healing time, but she's up and around and smiling, and she wants to get it back into a boat, and that's wonderful to see.
Yeah, I heard that she's got range of motion with her shoulder or with her arm, so trying to get more, doing more physical therapy to get that going. She took a heck of a hit in East Lake.
Well, she got run over by a Super V light, so that'll change your life.
Definitely. We're just finishing up the parade lap here. I know the fans out here on the beach are looking at it, wondering what's going on. It's just the parade lap at this point. We got the Power Play as the first pace boat, and we got the Navy boat right out in front of us on the back stretch, which that thing is, it's built like a tank.
It's giving me chills watching our government's money in action and speaking to those crewmen and women. And I would love to be able to interview them over air, because they have such interesting aspect of running that boat. And so they've never been in an offshore race boat, at least the majority of the folks that I spoke to. And so they're running that boat, and one of the sailors, and these are trained bleepity bleeps. These men and women know how to throw down. They are not afraid of anything. And so they said, "How fast does your boat go?" And so we had to give all the information of, well, it's a bracket class, but it could go a little bit faster. We have to hold back, and we have to dial and make sure everything is right. I said, and can you share with me how fast your boat goes? Not really, but in a 10-foot sea, we could still get after it. And so that's what's really interesting.
So I checked it out in the pits. It's got big number 6 drives on it with big diesels in it.
Turbo diesels.
Turbo diesels, of course. It's got the big, like I said, the Mercury Racing number 6 with 6-blade 23 pitch props. So, you know, those diesels don't pull a lot of RPM. So I think the dedicated guys back home could probably do the math and figure out how fast that boat is.
But the most awesome thing is that the carriage for whatever type of weaponry that they carry, it's much like, so I was making that analogous to the throttle arm of any of the bracket class guys. Mm-hmm. So the person that's on the trigger of that commander is they have to be on a gyro. So if you're aiming at a target going over 6-footers at over 60 miles per hour, you got to keep your eye on the target. So that's much like Joey Lauer and Matt Lauer in a battle wagon. So you got to. I said it's practically similar in that you have to really be dialed in. All right, so now we have both classes in the milling area with the helicopter above, class 6 and class 5. getting ready to start. Looks are deceiving for the folks at home and the people on the beach. It looks flat, but toward the back of the course, so toward the middle of the Gulf, heading out to the Gulf, it's particularly rough, and it's a little gusty. Sometimes there'll be a consistent linear wind, but in 5 minutes there'll be a gust of 20 miles an hour, which could create holes. So that'll be fun to see, especially in turn 1 and 2. And then the dog leg in turn 3.
That's where we saw the biggest water in the first race. Correct. On the south end of the course. We got the helicopter up above the milling circles. We've got both milling circles lined up and ready.
Right, so now we have class 5 in turn 6, I want to say. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. So that's right before the front stretch. Yeah, turn 6 and 7, right?
Correct.
And then class 6 is right where your thumb is, so that's turn 5. So they're milling a leg away, just for safety reasons.
Correct. So they'll let them go on the north end of the course, bring them right down here in front of us, and probably throw them the green flag before they get here to our big yacht that's right out in front of us. Of course, we'll zoom in and have the cameras on that, try to give you the best update that we can. Still see a red flag on that beautiful power play. I think that one came out of, that volunteer came out of Louisiana. I think Brian brought that big power play up. Beautiful boat. Oh, I got the peanut gallery here making fun of me. They're all having fun. Cheers. Wish I could be down there with you at this time. Maybe later.
It's easy to make fun of you when you're two-fisting Michelob Lights and another cocktail,
exactly.
As we're shaking our heinies off 3 stories up. Here's a call in from Val. Hi, Val.
I see a yellow flag on
okay, thank you very
number
much,
1.
Val. Bye. Call from race control says we're just waiting for everything to be cleared up. We're moments away.
Yeah, we got a yellow flag on the first pace boat. We're going to get started here on the second race of the day.
And the reason for the mill, for the folks at home and on the beach, is to keep everyone safe. So you're keeping all the classes that are getting ready to race, you could see everything. So that was developed way early on in offshore racing. The mill is where the boats prepare to start. So they're going around in a circle so that everyone has their eyes on everyone else.
Right.
So you're not going to be able to, hopefully, if everything goes as planned,
right, and you're under power too, so you're in motion.
Here we go.
And you're safer that way, so that you're not just out there bobbing and getting any waves over the transom. They're bringing them up on plane for your first big
Class 5 is underway.
Power plates
on the
down
front
here
stretch
in front of us. I still got a yellow flag. Team Woody has the inside pole position. Bulletproof just on the outside of them in position number 2. Then we have a super boat there, Shoreline Plumbing, and just in between him and Farnsworth is the
They're cranking it up.
boat.
It sounds like a green. And
We're
we have a
racing,
green
folks.
start. Excellent start with Class 5. Woody, Shoreline Plumbing, Mean Streak. Mean Streak really cranking on it. Team Farnsworth in 5th, and the Rendell following up in 6th. Excellent start by all the Class 5 racers.
Look at them, 4 boats neck and neck going down right in front of the beach, folks. This is great racing. So the throttlemen in these boats got their eyes glued to the dash. They cannot break out. And everybody gets excited, just like, of course, me and Christian are right now, but everybody gets excited on this first lap, and that's a lot of times when they will break out. Now that's the start of the first lap.
They have to have
that
their
won't be
brain
the
dialed
finish
in.
of that first lap,
And here
Christian.
comes the start for Class 6.
And I see a yellow flag on the Navy boat.
Boy, oh boy, moderation on the inside. These boats are cranking up. You could hear the thunders. It's shaking our scaffolding right next to that Commander Navy boat. Slowing down just a little
Yellow,
bit.
yellow,
slowing
yellow.
down. Yellow flag, yellow flag. Flag
Green,
is
green,
down.
green.
Green,
We're all
green,
racing.
green.
Moderation's on the inside with the pole position. Unsalted No Sharks, number 601, coming up on the outside. Looks like they have lane number 5. Fran and Mike, they know how to race that boat, but the Smith brothers are just on the outside, just to the left side of them.
Smith Brothers, Deception, Moderation.
You
They
gotta
are
give it
all
up to the
within
Smith brothers
bow
too.
cleats of each other. This
This-
turn one should be very interesting.
They are so professional. They show up. They're not out partying. They are here to win, folks. So we have Class 5 headed out to sea right now. They'll be taking that turn and headed back to the dog leg. Looks like we still have Team Woody out in front.
Woody, the Warlock.
No, that'd be a Phantom.
No, Woody, I'm sorry, Woody, comma, the Warlock in second.
Bulletproof.
It looks like Shoreline Plumbing in third, going around turn 2 right now. My binoculars don't go out that far, but shortly I will know.
Class 6 boats are all neck and neck as well as they just come around the turn down there on the south end of the course, headed out to sea. Moderation still looks like it's out in front. Is that Powerhouse in second position? I believe it is.
Team Farnsworth took a nice flyer going around turn 2. That's where the holes are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide in Class 5. Now they're coming toward us from turn 2 to the dog leg in 3.
Christian, that's kind of on your side. Can you see who's coming into this dog leg and who's in the lead? Looks
Team
like
Woody.
it's still Stancomb.
Team Woody Stancomb.
And second place is neck and neck.
It looks like the Warlock. Remind me again, the
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof and then Shoreline Plumbing.
Shoreline Plumbing in
Shoreline
second.
Plumbing took a wonderful turn and got into second place. 517 Bulletproof in third.
Then we have the Bat Boat coming around.
Bat Boat in fourth. Farnsworth in fifth. And this is the first lap. Mind you, this is the first lap. Or half of the first lap.
Correct.
Woody's looking perfectly, running so well, level, true. But Shoreline is really catching up to them.
So the corners is where this class really makes up their time.
It's a driver's race.
Literally, the throttlemen just keep their eye on the dash.
You could see the distance that they're making up after every turn. Give it 1 or 2 turns and Brent will be right on the transom of Team Woody. But Stancomb doesn't lift.
No, he doesn't.
Stancomb has so much history, he knows how to run a boat.
I remember when him and his dad ran the Peppers boat, Supercat Light.
Here they're going into turn 6 and 7. Look how close that Y2K Brent is.
Just off the transom of Team Woody,
They
really.
can smell their exhaust. That's how close they are.
Bulletproof just coming around the corner there.
Now we're coming down the backstretch in Class 5. It's Woody coming across the start-finish line. Brent is right on their propeller blades. What a race! Boats are running both beautifully, level, true, amazing, on course. Running southbound. Here comes Bulletproof and that Warlock. Little bouncy, little chine walky, but still making a good play for second. Here comes the Rendell. And now let's get some moderation in first place. Deception in second place. Oh God! Spin out! Fran spun.
We got racers in the water. It looks like Powerhouse.
Fran spun out. Powerhouse spun out in turn 4. Fran is still on plane. Money Monster off plane. Take a look, make sure those guys are okay. CRC next to them.
I believe what we'll do is go ahead and have a red flag. Stop this race.
Oh Lord, oh Lord. Go ahead, Fran. Red flag.
Red flag.
Red flag. Red flag. Oh boy. That's that Baja, that 26-foot Baja. Okay, one helmet. I see one helmet. Money Monster's on the helmet. CRC. This is in the middle of the course. Folks were on red flag. We did have 2 boats spin. One boat got up on plane. So the no salt Fran boat.
They continued on.
Can you see 2 helmets?
We'll get an update on that as soon as we can. So what they're going to do is red flag this and capture up the boats and get everybody accounted for. Once we get an update from race control, we'll let everybody know. We see the helicopter out there now. So the boats that were on the other end of the course, they're going to stop them and bring them up. Do see 2 guys out there. I see one near the boat there. That's good to know. One's climbing back up in the boat. He probably wants to go again.
Hello? Yes. Okay. Are they okay? All right, so Powerhouse did spin out.
Powerhouse spun out. And I believe Unsalted No Sharks tried to
Avoid it?
well, yeah, avoid that and hooked a little bit, but they didn't make a full hook. So, or spin out. This is tough racing. These guys try to make up as much as they can in the corners. They don't want to lift going in those corners. And if they take a bad hop, this is what will happen. We'll want to thank all the safety personnel out there for keeping us all safe and doing everything they can to help us out today.
All right,
We've got the helicopter there, the
right.
divers in it. They did not deploy, I don't believe. So
no, all the assets are okay. And on top of things, immediately, so Powerhouse is a Baja hull, and it appears as though, and I don't want to give false information, but race control just called and said one was out. It appears that both are now back on. Both classes are in a holding pattern.
Once we get an update with that, we'll let you guys know. It's tough to see. You know, those guys had such a showing last week down in Key West. They just won the World Championship down there in Key West for the other organization.
So Mean Streak has their hatch up on the north end of the course.
So Mean Streak had a little bit of trouble. I saw them out here testing yesterday, and they had a little bit of a wiring issue. Something come loose and cut the motor out. So they're probably just double checking everything, making sure everything's tight. They don't want to lose that. I think they got fresh motor in that Mean Streak boat. It's a beautiful DCB. They said that back home, they're going to have to, of course, winterize their boats before they go home. It just near them, they're in western New York, but Buffalo, had 5 feet of snow, lake effect snow? Because the lake up there is still like 56 degrees, they said. So that lake effect snow is just amazing and just dumps the snow on them. As a kid, I always wanted to deal with 5-6 foot of snow. As an adult, not so much.
All right.
We got a little bit of high clouds with us today. It's kind of breezy. I do feel a gust every once in a while, Christian. You know, coming right at our back. We're trying to do everything we can to not get the feedback. I hear that the live stream doesn't have the feedback, but the beach does. And we're doing everything we can to let that not happen.
It's a nature of the beast.
Nature of the beast. You are correct.
As we watch our assets command the course right now, and we're waiting to restart.
Wrap it up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna swap things out here for just a second. Give us just a moment. I think it's that one. Trying to get the tech for you here figured out in the broadcast booth. Red flag right now as we tend to the incident on the course. Control to give the heads up and the go ahead. We'll be able to restart this race for you. How many? We only got what, 2 laps down, Christian? That was in the second lap. 3/4 of the way through the second lap.
Yes.
Give the heads up and the go ahead. We'll be able to restart this race for you. How many? We only got what, 2 laps down, Christian? That was in the second lap. 3/4 of the way through the second lap.
Everybody on the beach, this would be a good time to grab a cold drink and reapply your sunblock. We got a good crowd here today, Christian. Look at this.
It's
all up
phenomenal.
and down
there was a line
up and
waiting
down
to
the
get
beach.
in.
Got a lot
All
of
the
people here.
all the umbrellas up.
The pits are full.
Pits are full. The beach is full.
Try to get a heads up just as soon as we can for you guys. Christian, have you raced in any of these classes?
Yes, so we've raced in Class 7, and I've raced in Class 5 with the Sutphen.
With your Stuffin'?
We did race in Class 4 and then Super V in OSS.
Oh, really?
So
which boat was that?
That was the Bad Boy 38.
Oh, awesome. I remember that boat. Now, did you help build the Bad Boy?
I helped in many different capacities. We took a Scarab and stepped it and blueprinted the bottom, and then the stringer system. So made a mold from that, and then redesigned the stringer system and the structure, and then raced it all over the country. And we were very successful.
It was a good running boat, that's for sure. And then you had a smaller.
Then there was the 32. Yeah, the 32 ran like a jet ski. So very wide lifting strakes, a wider 32. Very successful.
So I noticed on that boat, doesn't it have, its canopy looks a lot like a, what would it be, a C5 Corvette or C4 Corvette?
Yeah, so yes, so the owner of that company did purchase a Corvette lid and grafted that onto the 38 deck mold. And so the decks were interchangeable.
Oh,
and
really?
You just Hello? Hello? Okay, how are the guys in?
Still got safety boats out there tending to the incident on the course. So, Christian, let's go back to what we were talking about here. So, now the Bandit boat that is racing today in Class 3, so it has a similar look to those boats that you were talking about, the Bad Boys, but it's their own design, the Bandit boat. It's Brothers Racing with the, they'll be racing against Team Woody, as long as we may have Team Woody as a scratch in Class 3. It looks
So
like...
I think so. I agree, but I don't think that has any lineage to the Bad Boy.
It doesn't? Okay.
I'm very familiar with that boat. I don't know what it started out as. It would be interesting to learn more, but I'm not familiar.
Is that the one that raced as Team Raven?
It could have been, because it does have a very similar look.
Would have been built as a Super V Light back in the day. So we are under what race fans would think of as a caution, but it's actually a red flag, so we have stopped the race. We're waiting for
Okay, this is
the
just in.
safety boats to get back to their position.
Okay, so I was given the okay to share this.
Okay.
Everyone is okay. There was a back injury, and they're being transported for the back injury, but everyone is responsive, acknowledging, and everyone is okay, and thank God for that.
That is wonderful to hear. Thank you for that update. You know, folks, we're just here in the crow's nest looking out, watching like everybody else, but we do have word that both are okay and underway to get checked out. We do have a back injury, they said. Hurts my back just looking at it. So that they've got the boat under tow, and they're going to tow that back to the probably the center of the course and take that back to the pits here in between the races. But we'll be started again here in the second race of the day, starting back up here very shortly. You can see the safety boats going back to their positions on the course.
Right, all the rest of the race safe.
So that's great news to hear that they're all right and coherent and going back to the pits. Now, I will say that I saw one that was in the water, and the other one, I believe, stayed in the boat the whole time. We'll get a heads up and have more information for you later on today or tomorrow. But it looked like they probably spun or hooked there in that corner, and one of them would have stayed to the inside of the boat, and one of them actually went for a swim.
It's a driver's race. So this race course is a W, and you have to have your head on a swivel. It could have been anything. It could have been a steering failure. It could have been a wave that caught the chines wrong. It could have been any number of things that us as, Monday morning quarterbacks think we know what we're talking about, but we don't know anything better than those that are actually racing. So we're merely brokers of visual. You know, we do have some experience that allow us to be here and discuss what we see. However, being in the boat is completely different, and we want them to be well, we want them to be safe, we want them to have as much fun and fast, but we want them to also be controlled
And safe, right.
And it is at times nerve-wracking, and that's the life we've chosen, right?
Right.
So,
I keep hearing you say that this is a driver's race. This is a driver's race. So I was a throttleman. So you must have been a driver.
No. No, but I could appreciate. So, and the reason
definitely.
why I'm saying, so there's a reason why I'm saying it's a driver's race, right?
Yeah.
So I watched Rob Lauer, so the father of brothers Joseph and Matt, go around a boat without breaking out from 5th place to 1st place, and because he drove.
Yeah.
He used up all of the course, and that was incredible to see.
He was a great racer. Sure miss him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost him at the East Lake race. Wasn't a boat incident that took him, but I don't know if this feedback that we're getting through there is from you and I standing so close. I don't know if that's it. I do hear it go away every once in a while, so hopefully we'll get this figured out. I feel sorry for everybody down on the beach. I know you're hearing it. I'm hearing it as well, my ambient sound. But they say on the live stream that it's not having any feedback, so I hope not. Give everybody a heads up on the live stream. Again, we are up on trying to get our vantage point high as we could, just about the palm trees high. Camera's up above that, so got
We're
kind of
getting
a
ready to
crow's
get
nest
underway.
and a shorter crow's nest for us. So right out in front of us right now is the towboats with the Baja undertow there. The occupants have already been switched to the safety boat and taken back to the pits.
We want to give you the excitement and be as accurate as possible as we get ready to get underway for our third lap, our third of 8 for Class 5 and third of 7 for Class 6.
I don't see the
and the weather conditions, I don't think have settled or have gotten worse. It seems like it's been pretty linear throughout the day.
we're getting word that down on the beach they're just getting a big hum, a lot of feedback. I would think that they would might be better to cut that feed, but I don't know. We're just trying to with race number 2, Class 5 boats coming by in front of us. Team Woody in the lead. Shoreline Plumbing looks like in second, and Bulletproof in third. They're all up to their mandated speed. You can tell that nobody's walking away from anybody else. With the Bat boat just there in 4th position. Christian, I'm going to let you call this second start. Okay. And get a different vantage point. Try to do what we can so we don't have the feedback for everybody.
You got it. So here comes Class 6 restart. Yellow flag still out. Still under yellow, moderation on the inside. Yellow flag still out. Green flag racing, moderation, Money Monster. Unsalted, CRC, MDG, following up behind. Perfect start. Boy, does Unsalted have acceleration as well as moderation. Deception right in the hunt. CRC in the outside. All controlled chaos. It's wonderful to see. As Class 6 enters turn 1, this is going to be the turn to watch, folks. They have to hold their lanes until the pin 1. Class 6 exiting turn 1. Moderation. Deception, Unsalted. Money Monster in Class 6. That rounds out Class 6 turn 1. Let's look at Class 5. As they round the second turn buoy, we have Woody in the lead.
I don't think it's that.
Followed by Shoreline Plumbing. Woody in the lead in Class 5, Shoreline Plumbing. Rendell in 4th.
Thank you, I'm on my way.
And here we have a pass for first place in Class 5. What a leap by Shoreline Plumbing, as they're half a boat length behind Woody. Bow to bow from turn 3. Off by a bow eye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Brad Harrington. I've changed my vantage point a little bit. I got Christian up in the crow's nest, and I'm down watching the racing down here with the monitor, trying to keep everything going. We've got Class 6 boats just coming to the dog leg. They're on the back stretch. Right now in your screen,
Here's
what
Class
you're
6.
seeing,
Moderation. Unsalted. Deception. CRC. Money Monster.
So everybody, that's Christian upstairs trying to give you the leaderboard.
And here comes Class 5 across the start-finish line. Shoreline Plumbing, Woody. Shoreline with a commanding lead. Just got around them in turn 7. Excellent running boat.
As long as they haven't broken out, they're doing great. They got around Team Woody.
Here's 517 Good Cars and Rendell in Class 5. We are now on lap 3. Hello? Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Shoreline Plumbing is there on your screen, going out on the south end of the course, going out to sea with Team Woody right behind them. If they make any kind of bobble or anything, Team Woody's going to catch right back up to them. The south end of the course, going out to sea, is where it would be the roughest part of the course. That's what we saw in Class 7. It was where everybody was really jumping up and down and moving all around. It's hard for us to see from this vantage point, though. There you see the Class 6 boats coming by in front of us, underneath the chopper. You can see we got some wildlife there in the shot, too. Can't tell from this vantage point who we got there in Class 6.
What do you want to cover? I'm not following the read.
We're on. I had to move down out of the crow's nest, folks. I do apologize. I've lost my lap count. I don't know where we're at on that. Nick's talking to me in my ear. I don't know exactly where we're at. I just see MDG going by here, the start-finish line. I believe they were in position number 5. Now go to that one, right side. So you'll see there on your view, folks, I'm doing the best I can with the viewers at home. They're coming down to this inside dog leg. You can see that they're trying to set up for this corner. You'll be seeing the turn buoy come into screen here in just a little bit. But those two are neck and neck, just coming into there, just as long as they haven't broken out of their respective speeds. Looks like it's Team Woody on the outside. Shoreline Plumbing still in the lead. Team Woody right behind them in their spray, going around the inside of the dog leg. Shoreline Plumbing having a great showing today with that superboat. You know, it's a little bit longer, so it can kind of span the waves a little bit of the chop that's out here. You don't see that there's not huge water here today. It's just a chop, really, and there's a little roller because we have most of the wind coming in off of our backs, blowing out to sea. So the biggest water is out in the turns on the back side of the course. Would be in turn 3 and turn 5 would be the roughest aspect. You see that big cruiser going by there. Do you see that? There's how it's bobbing and weaving a little bit. So we're gonna, great shot there. Coming in towards turn 6 and 7, you have Team Woody. Shoreline Plumbing, looks like they've stretched out the lead a little bit through the dog leg and through that back turn number 5. I can see them exact from where I'm at right now. They're coming around turn 7. Great corner by the superboat there. Phantom's going on the inside. They take a little bit of a hop. But like the Christian was saying before, they do not back off. Try to maintain their speeds as close to the bracketed speeds as possible. The throttlemen and all these boats, they just keep their eyes glued to the dash, make sure they don't break out of the class. There goes Shoreline Plumbing, followed by Woody in the Phantom. First and second, within a second of each other. that feedback again. It's from out on the beach. I'm sure sorry about that. It wasn't doing it when they were up there. Go away. Yep. I think that's the biggest problem that we got right there. Sorry, folks. We're trying to get this all figured out. The drone shot's great. Shows them coming around the north end of the course. I believe that's Team Moderation. Still in the lead there in Class 6. Unsalted No Sharks just right there behind them. In their spray, as Christian would say. Team Moderation in the stuffing. Two older boats having a great show in here today. Of course, Unsalted No Sharks with Fran and Mike. That's the Rum Rudder boat, but they've had a great partnership with the Unsalted No Sharks apparel store up out of off the Great Lakes there. Then we have the Deception in third, I believe. Jesse and Robert in third. Beautiful day here. It's supposed to be raining tomorrow. Great drone footage we got going on. See Money Monster coming around the corner there on the north end of the course. There you can see the long straightaway here next to the beach as Money Monster heads down to the start finish right here in front of our booth. You can probably hear that in my microphone. You just switch off of that drone footage. There we go, thank you. The trusty assistant here.
This is our third boat event.
Money Monster going down at the bottom of your screen.
And we did, actually it's our fourth boat event, but the last time they had the boat in the water was during an air show. There was a boat race that happened before the air show.
Here in your screen, I believe we got the MGD offshore with Taylor and Jason in the Protector. Coming around the north end of the course. Cool drone footage you got going on. Wish I could fly out there myself. Long straightaway right here along the beach, headed south. The Protector boat, MGD offshore. Getting a good crowd going on here today. Great shot of the course.
Shoreline Plumbing ahead of Woody, coming into turn 6 and 7.
It's happening down here, though. It is? Well, because it wasn't when that one was up there.
He's up there right now. Still up.
Oh, it is? I thought they brought it down.
This is going to be a fast turn, folks. Watch how Shoreline Plumbing enters that turn and exits. They're picking up speed. Woody doing the best they can to catch up to them. This is your battle in Class 5. Shoreline Plumbing in first, with Woody in second place. Bulletproof in third for Class 5, and followed up by Randell Powerboats.
There you see how close the racing
Going
is.
across the start and finish line.
With the guys going at here on the north end of the course. Class 6 is just amazing. Look at that. You have the rum runner.
Now we're looking at the
and
amazing
Moderation
battle
neck and
between
neck.
Class 6 boats, Moderation
On this
and
shot right
Unsalted.
here, showing how
Look
they
at
come around
these
this
boats
corner.
deck to deck, entering turn 6 and
the
7.
lead. Or have the
Unsalted on the
control of
inside.
corner with the inside. They'll push them out wide. Wow.
Wow, Moderation just edging them out, and
They
what
just
a
shut the door on
turn
'em.
by Moderation.
Brandon,
They
Moderation
literally
said
turned
they
that
were
boat while it was in midair.
a
Way to go,
3.5
Johnny
back,
Saris.
And they had to cut across the
And
outside.
Mr. Lang.
Moderation just shut the door on them. And came out about 5 boat lengths in the lead.
But Fran, Valutado on their heels, they could probably see their propeller hub. Amazing race in Class 6. First place Moderation, second place Unsalted. Followed up by Deception in third place, Class 6, going across the start and finish line now. Excellent racing in Class 6. As they both enter turn 1, Class 6. Moderation and Unsalted are battling deck-to-deck racing. Followed up by Deception.
Christian, I'm back up here in the bird's nest with you. Crow's nest, where are we at on here? I don't see a checker flag yet. So this will be the final lap in both of these races, I believe.
You know, as much as I would like to say yes and confirm it, I'm unsure because so we went from the crow's nest at the top, 3 stories up, to down below, and I stuck all the lap numbers on my chest and put them on a piling. So as much as I would like to say yes,
Team Woody
not sure.
and Shoreline Plumbing, they're on your screen right now. They were neck and neck, but Shoreline Plumbing has got about 10 boat lengths on them right now. Coming up here to the north side of the course, slower boats to the inside, faster boats will go around on the outside.
And now we see Shoreline Plumbing ahead of Woody as our cameraman focuses on that race, passing a Class 6 boat.
MDG offshore, that's the Ish boat.
As they enter turn 6 and 7,
This has been a great race.
going
between
down the
these
front
two
range.
boats
That
the
is
whole
a
time.
beautiful race all day long.
Yes, beautiful race. You're exactly right.
Deck-to-deck racing all day by this Y2K Superboat and a Phantom. Saris engine screaming.
Great running boat. The attitude on both those boats are wonderful. No checkered flag yet. We're still racing. So there you have your first and second place.
Now we're going to focus on the dog leg with Class 6. And boy, my eyes don't deceive me. That looks like a Sutphin in first place, Moderation, with Unsalted close on their heels, doing everything they can. I know Mike, I know Fran. They are doing everything in that cockpit of the boat to make the distance between Moderation and themselves.
Moderation is a stuffing. What year is that? That's an older boat.
It's an older hull. Most of these boats on this race course are older hulls. Some of them are 40 years old and they're still strutting their stuff. That's an older 26-foot hull that they made into a race boat. And you could guarantee that Fran is taking all the change out of his pocketbook to get to that Moderation.
Yeah, and that, of course, is a Larry Smith Scarab. It was raced as an A-class boat back in the day. Remember the Stewies had it with Bobby Keebler racing as rum runners. But it's always been a race boat. Remember Jenny Stewie used to be the navigator in the back seat and waved to everybody around the course. There you have on the north end of the course, you have the
that
stuff
has been
Moderation coming around first place.
That has been the race to watch all season long.
You're exactly right. And Fran and Mike are just there to pounce just any time they can. You can hear that the RPMs aren't changing at all. They're holding it as still as they can, as steady as they can to not break out of their class.
And you can tell Mr. Saris, Mr. Lang, they're talking to each other the whole race, pointing.
No checkered flags yet. We're still racing.
Yep. These races are so tight, the least little hiccup, they're going to take advantage. We're now going to pick up the dogleg in Class 5. Uh-oh. Sounds like Deception just ran out of fuel in front of us, but we might be focused on the dogleg. There was a lengthy mill.
Yeah, they definitely sputtered as they came past us. It didn't sound good. And they pulled to the inside of the course. I think you're right. It sounded like they just ran out of fuel. Race to the dogleg.
As we focus on the dogleg, we're watching Team Woody and Shoreline Plumbing race to that yellow pin. Boy, it looks like Woody made up a great deal of distance, but Shoreline Plumbing is edging them just by a bow ball. Oh no! Shoreline Plumbing is off plane and out of the race.
Don't know what happened there.
As Woody goes right on by.
I told you that they were there ready to pounce, just given the chance.
The new race leader in Class 5 is Woody.
Looks like they're standing up and trying to get back to the engine hatch. Team Woody.
This changes everything.
Exactly, they're walking away with it now.
As now Woody is in a commanding lead in Class 5.
Engine hatch is up.
Let's take the other boats going into the dogleg again.
Next, as we focus on Class 6, we'll be looking at the battle between Rum Runners and Moderation.
That's on your side of the crow's nest, Christian. I'm going to let you call that one.
And as we look and zoom in to the southern western part of the course in the middle of the Gulf, that's our second turn, you can see Moderation is just out ahead of Unsalted.
With them coming straight to the camera like that, you can tell that Stuffin's a little bit wider than that Larry Smith Scarab.
Looks are a little bit deceiving, but yes. They're just protecting their lead. They're running a safe race. You can see they're not running it loose. The boat is wet and flat.
They're just protecting their lead. They're running a safe race. You can see they're not running it loose.
Look at that boat leap. Moderation is just taking great leaps, and so is Unsalted. They're still on their tail. It's anybody's race.
Great race going on there. Again, you know, the same thing could happen in Class 6 that happened in Class 5. With that extra time that we had, both of these boats could be running on fumes. If they run out of fuel, everything can change here.
It's anybody's
Down
race.
Here to the very end of the race.
It's anyone's race. These boats are
Moderation.
leaping. They're running on fumes because we did mill for a while because of the emergency red flag.
It's anybody's race. It's anyone's race. These boats are leaping. They're running on fumes because we did know for a while.
You gotta, is Moderation looking in the rearview mirror? They know that they're right there behind them?
It's a wonderful feeling, but pensive feeling when you're in the lead, but you know a extremely strong competitor is right behind you, waiting for you to mess up.
Yeah, Fran and Mike, they know exactly what they're doing in that boat. They're just waiting for any opportunity they can to make up the ground.
You could hear the throttle arm of Johnny Saris sing that Sutphin. And the same goes for Fran. These four men in the cockpits of these boats are commanding this race course. They are not missing a wave.
Looks like we got one more lap to go. Dee was waving them on. No checker flag yet.
As we're getting closer to the spectator fleet on the southernmost end of the course, turn 1 and 2. We're going to go back to the dog leg as well. So now here's our battle for Class
Got a lot of
5.
smoke out there. Straight out at the dog leg, Christian. Maybe the dogleg buoy has broken free. It looks like it's drifted. No, I think you're right.
So we do have a caution on the course.
Looks like we have Shoreline Plumbing. Looks to be sitting low in the water. Instead of running out of fuel or having any kind of other problem, it looks like maybe they've had a drive issue that's letting it take on a little bit of water. We'll try to get that sea tow or someone over there to help keep that one up. The guys look like they're okay. They're scrambling around with the hatch up, trying to get everything sealed up so they don't go down. But there's definitely orange smoke in that corner.
So the orange smoke is indicating that there is a caution. I haven't gotten the call yet that there's a red flag on the race course. So there's still green flag racing, and Shoreline Plumbing is under tow. So we have in the lead Woody. Team Woody is in the lead.
Moderation, I don't see him at all.
They're coming around the dogleg because the course is so long.
So we have Woody, Team Woody is
What a leap by Money Monster. Because the west coast, the west side portion of this course is extremely rough.
Team Woody.
Here
with
comes
JJ Turk and Michael Stancomb
Stancomb.
coming by, looking like they're going to. I don't see the checkered flag yet.
No, I believe they have one more lap left.
One more lap still.
And here's Bulletproof in second place.
Dog leg. Going back out to the dog leg.
And we're going to
There
focus.
you have on your screen. That's where the confusion is with the orange smoke. At the dog leg, you do have moderation there.
Moderation is still in the lead, carving a beautiful turn for that dog leg.
Unsalted,
like,
no sharks. Right behind him.
In front of Old Salted, correct. What a wonderful course. I mean, it is really, it's a long course. It's not something that they're used to.
4 miles, yeah, it is, and it's just difficult for us too because this is the largest race of the day. I will say it does get easier when we have less boats on the course for us, so I sure appreciate your help today. I jumped up and or jumped off the platform here, went down and tried to do everything down on the ground, but we got to have this vantage point from up here, away from the crowd, so you guys can hear what we're talking about back home.
Live action motorsports. Sometimes there's issues, sometimes there's not. It's okay. We're glad that you're with us. But right now we're focusing on Class 6 as we see Moderation opening up their lead a little bit.
Boy, they have. Look at that.
I don't know if they have a rear view mirror or they can turn around because your head has to be on a little bit of a swivel. But they have to breathe easy just a little bit. As they enter turn 7, he commands those turns, boy. Wow.
He does. You know, and Fran, like I said, keeps his eyes glued to that dash, watching that speed. And Mike gets it around the course.
Mike McColgan really knows how to turn that boat. He's squeezing every last inch out of that boat.
Still waving them on.
So what's making this race a little bit more drawn out? And I want to be transparent. Yes, it is being a little bit drawn out. It's because there was red flag racing.
We are definitely on the last lap for Class 6. Just getting word from race control. What's the word there, Christian?
This is the last lap for Class 6. And the reason why we had that a little bit boogered was because we were 3 flights up in the air, and then we went down just to make sure that everything was, that folks could hear us. It's live action motorsport. It happens.
Where are we at with Class 5?
So we won't know until they come past the start finish line is what I was told. But it should, if there's last lap for Class 6, it should be one more lap for Class 5. Should be. We will have it ironed out for the next race. We were so poised to have an undefeated lap counting and information, but that's okay. It's live action motorsport.
We'll get it figured out. Thanks for sticking with us. I don't hear as bad of a feedback down there on the beach for everybody, though. That's good. We're here on the dog leg. I see Team Woody just coming around the pin. Right back behind them, it looks like it's Bulletproof.
So now we have a new battle for Class 5 is between Bulletproof and Woody. And Bulletproof is making the distance. And again, we have to say this, but we have to read it's bracket class racing, so we have to wait for the cards to come in.
Team Woody's off the pace. Bulletproof's going to take them over here in just a moment, it looks like. Look at that difference in the lead there.
Bulletproof is making so much difference, it's unbelievable. They might have the lead in turn 7.
They're going to catch him before they get to turn 7, aren't they? Check that out. Whoa!
Strong leap by Bulletproof. Now they're going to want to figure out how to get on the inside. They just went around. Had to be some type of issue because Woody is now off the lap, off the pace. They're coming down off plane. And Bulletproof is now your leader in Class 5.
Correct. Consistency wins the race today, looks like, with Class 5, or at least takes them to the lead. Bulletproof coming down here in front of the beach. I see a checkered flag out.
Checkered flag now for Class 5.
In the air.
Bulletproof came from behind and won Class 5 here today. Quite amazing. Congratulations, Bulletproof.
And there's Woody.
And Woody's on plane.
Yeah, Woody's on plane coming down. Yeah, just
amazing. Amazing results here today. Woody in second place. Didn't quit, didn't shut down, kept trying. Might be something electrical or simple. It could be fuel.
Oh, they're falling back again. I can hear it spitting and sputtering. Oh, man, they're so close.
Oh, shucks.
You know they're banging on the dash, doing anything they can. Stanko may get a paddle out.
He's that spirited, he'd do it. Okay, now we're looking at the dog leg. And Moderation is completely out front of Unsalted. They have to be out of fuel.
Yeah.
They have to be out of fuel.
That would be second place.
Second place in Class 5 is Team Woody.
Correct.
What a day.
Looks like we're on the back stretch there.
Where is Unsalted? So we have Moderation is in first place, and Unsalted is in the center of the course of the dog leg.
Wow, look at that difference in that lead.
So, but the theory is they know they have second, and if I know the crew, I think they want to save for tomorrow. So they know that they're in second. They don't have to fight for second. They have strong points. And I think they're going to be able to save their equipment and really run tomorrow.
You know, the impressive run for me today to see is the Stuffin with Team Moderation has just had a great race today. With Michael and John. Look at this.
They're professionals.
Boat, wasn't it?
Michael Lang. I believe it might have been, or maybe the Nopa Marine something.
Checkered flag.
They just crossed the finish line and won in Class 6. So those guys are professionals. You know, Johnny Saris, Michael Lang, they know boats. They know, and the synergy in that cockpit is amazing.
So we had father and son on the course at the same time in Class 5 and Class 6 with Johnny and Jason Saris. They weren't racing each other, different classes, but they were on the course at the same time. Jason was in Shoreline Plumbing.
Oh,
and,
really?
Yep. And John was in Moderation. See who's coming down. Here we go.
Here comes Unsalted, and he's running a nice, conservative, ready for tomorrow race.
Yeah.
He's just cruising.
He is.
And they're saying to each other, I know these guys. They're my friends. Don't tax the equipment. If I'm on his GoPro, You could probably hear it when he uploads it on Monday. Don't hurt the equipment. Let's save it for tomorrow.
They're not going to save their equipment that much. They didn't back off just to save the equipment.
No,
What's going on with that
but
boat?
they're smart racers.
Yeah, they are, but they don't give up that easy.
Because tomorrow is double points.
You're right, right.
So, and so they have a comfortable situation to where if there's any inconsistency, look at where 517. Look at where they were running all day. So as long as they could be consistent, they'll be good. Second is consistent. Of course, it's not first, but you want to be smart, and this is where strategy comes into play.
Bulletproof's pulling up to the start-finish boat.
Congratulations,
Taking their
Bulletproof.
flag.
Well earned, well deserved.
Wave it high, guys. So actually, the flags they said in the drivers' meeting this morning, the flags that they're getting today from the start-finish boat is actually from the Fort Myers race. We appreciate Tim and Cindy being here, and this is actually going to be scored as the Fort Myers race, but the first of the World Championship of 2 races that we have going on for you here at the OPA Worlds. Wave it high, guys. Good for them. Looks like Moderation's coming over to get their flag. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that race does Team Boxer back in the day. Cool shot there with the Navy boat back behind it. If I had a chance, I'd love to take a ride in that Navy boat. Have you been in them?
I have not, but I told them if we stay running, we'll swap rides.
There you have it, folks. Team Moderation picking up their checkered flag for class number 6. MDG Offshore coming by to finish their race out today. Have a couple of boats here on the backstretch just finishing up. Everybody wants to complete all of their laps and get all of their scoring.
And the water stayed pretty consistent. It was lumpy on the backside, calm on the front side, just enough to get the boats free and happy.
Right, and that's exactly what you called, Christian. You said that exactly. That's what we were to expect.
And Smith Brothers is just consistent. You know, they're just running a consistent race.
Those guys mean business.
We have to share with you, it's something that I never heard of and I want to research as soon as I take a break, but the red tide is getting to some of these drivers and throttlemen. So I'm hearing that the helicopter is putting up spray.
Yeah.
And there's a red tide in the area which is causing an irritation issue with the drivers and throttlemen's eyes. So I looked at a few of them and they were bright red. Their faces were bright red. Their eyes were red. They had runny noses. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of them, and I don't know which teams exactly they were, but they had a hard time seeing.
Really? I know that my allergies were kicking. As soon as I got on the ground here in Florida, my allergies really took off.
I thought it was my flight.
Yeah.
As we see this beautiful CRC and Money Monster come across the front stretch. Beautiful looking boat. As well as Moderation holding that checkered flag up high. The partnership of Michael Lang and Johnny Saris. Whoa, what a beautiful leap of Money Monster. They're really cranking it. They didn't leave anything to hang, leave anything on the table. That boat has a lot of hours under its hull, Money Monster.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Well, Nick Smith here with their broadcast crew, he used to race that boat and had monster power in it at that time.
Boy, this crowd is huge on the beach.
Not too hot, not too cold. Beautiful day out here. It was a little brisk this morning at the drivers' meeting, though. Everybody had their coats on.
Boy, this crowd is huge on the beach.
Way to go, Bulletproof. Well earned, consistent. Can't wait to ask you questions in the pits, see how everything went. That's going to be interesting to find out what's going on in the pits. What's the strategy between today and tomorrow? Because everything shook up.
Oh, definitely. Everything gets reshuffled for tomorrow. Lane choices. They'll pick cards to tomorrow morning at the drivers' meeting to dictate where everybody's going to be lined up, and it'll be very interesting to see. And with the points race, to see.
Well, I do know that we were looking to try to gain high points advantage. I don't know if that was still, we did get a national championship, but high points might have just got lost today, but that's okay. That's racing, that happens.
So here we have coming down into your screen right there, we have the two winners today with Class 5 and Class 6, waving those flags up high, saying hello to the fans on the beach, giving their victory lap.
Way to go, boys. Johnny and Michael. Johnny Saris, Michael Lang. Excellent job, excellent rigging, wonderful boat. Love the Sutphins.
I think they're on their screen right now, they see Bulletproof.
We have Bulletproof, well earned.
Beautiful
These
Warlock
boats
boat.
thundering by.
Great team there. Stayed consistent, like you were saying, all day today. That's a step bottom Warlock, and they also have straight bottom Warlocks too. Buddy of mine back home, Brian's going to put together a straight bottom Warlock. Hopefully get him out here on the course. Got to get it all put back together. May have to reach out to you for some fiberglass work.
No, I don't know how to do that. But I do want to thank all the service men and women, both as our assets on the beach. We thank you so much for all that you do for this country.
On the beach and on the water.
Our hat is off to you.
We thank you so much for all that you do for this country.
They know who they are. They're waving to us. They are weapons of this country, and we love them.
They know who they are. They're waving to us. They are weapons of this country.
Okay, folks, just to recap, though, that's the winding up of race number 2. Race number 3 will be coming up shortly. I'm looking to the south end of the course. Looks like they've got them out of the pits and out here towards the south end of the course. Going to bring them up here and put them in their milling circles. Of course, race number 3 is going to be the Stock Vs and Class 3. Stock Vs is going to be fun. Stock Vs, we have 5 boats in the class. We got What's Up with Ed Smith and his son Anthony Smith. Then we have Team Shocker with Chris Colson and Patrick Romero. Then we have number 33, North Myrtle Beach RV with Kirk and Mark. Then we have number 66, LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness with Britt Lilly and Jay Muller. Going against another team out of their stable, Twisted Tea, with Jim York and Travis Pastrana. Got a little bit of a celebrity here going on in Stock V. That'll be a great race. And we're trying to get a heads up. I believe we had 2 boats in Class 3. We had Brothers Racing and Team Woody. I believe Team Woody boat has scratched for today with Billy Shipley and Chad Woody. That's unfortunate to see. I love watching that canopied fountain, 35-foot fountain run. Then we have the Brothers Racing, Russell and RJ in the Bandit. Christian, you
Yes,
feel
sir.
comfortable enough to call? What do you think what's going to happen with the stock Vs?
I don't feel comfortable. It's anybody's race. And so if I felt comfortable, I would have never. So I can't call what we just saw. It was so.
Welcome to my world.
It's so confusing and haphazard, and it's controlled. But I wouldn't have been comfortable saying anybody can do well, and everyone is so well matched. The course is matched to the skill of the drivers and throttlemen. So it's very tough. It's very consuming, and I think we're going to see something special here momentarily.
So the stock Vs, they don't have a breakout class, a breakout speed, so they're just going to be giving it everything they can. And this is water, really, for the stock Vs. You know, the about 30-foot boats. There's a couple of them that, you know, the 30, I think Brit's boats are going to be 32s, aren't they? The extremes?
Yes.
So it'll be awesome to see these guys go. They're going to give it everything they have. They do not have to hold back to a bracketed speed. They're going to be going for everything they can.
So they're going to just let their rev limiter dictate how fast or slow. It's how well these boats are rigged.
I think
how creative they're rigged, where the weight is, how they turn. Again, it's going to be a driver's race because there's very little. They're so similar.
Yeah, it comes down to the setup, though. It really does. With what the prop selection is for the day. Looks like I don't see the big roller that we were seeing earlier. The wind, I haven't got one of those gusts here recently either.
It's out there. It looks calm, but it's deceiving.
These guys, this class coming up, though, they're going to lay everything on the line. The only thing they're worried about is breaking the boat, and they can't have a showing for tomorrow.
Well, they were told to no bumping, no purposeful pushing around. In the driver's meeting, it was extremely clear. You are not to aggressively push or tap.
We're going to take a little break from the sound here for just a second. Keep the cameras up, but we'll be right back to you for the third race coming up soon.
And we're here live with the crew that's pacing, and we have our country's finest. SB Joey Edwards is captain. Would that
Yes.
be? So, Joey, I'd like for you to introduce yourself, and we are honored to be on scaffolding with you. Please go. Tell us what you got.
Thank you, sir. Well, again, I'm SB1 Joey Edwards. That stands for Special Boat Operator. I am a boat captain for the CCA Combat Craft Assault. It's going to be our war boat. We have them out here on display. We have one as a pace boat, and we also have another display model over here that's stagnant. It's right going to be behind us, behind the boardwalk. And basically, we're down here with Naval Special Warfare Assessment Command. And the whole idea of what we're doing right now, we basically want to get out into the community. We want to show the American public, basically where their tax dollars are going, meet people, shake hands, meet friends, and also encourage people to join the military and look at NSW as a possible option for their future. And then worst case scenario, just be a good example of what the U.S. Navy represents and also what NSW represents as a whole.
We are so supportive of you coming here, as well as you representing our country, your strength, everything that it means. That boat means more than just a boat to us as a community, especially Englewood. That boat represents freedom, it represents strength, it represents the OPA, which is the family that we're members of. So we thank you. Tell us more about the boat.
Yeah, definitely. So again, it's going to be the Combat Craft Assault. It's the 41-foot vessel. It's one of the platforms that we have. We got twin Viking 700 horsepower engines in there. They're workhorses. It's not so much the boat, it's the guys in the community. It's the SWIC operator. Again, SWIC is going to be Special Warfare Combat Crewmen. We train in a way that's really specific to our mission set. We have guys here that are actually active. They're getting ready to step out and go down range and do their job for the country. And by the time these guys get done with their 6-month workup cycle, they've worked together so long, they know what they're going to do. They know their standard operating procedures to where it just clicks like that. And again, the quality of individuals we have that are coming into the military right now to join Special Forces, to join the SEALs, or any other branch for that matter, it's the cream of the crop. These guys are smart. I myself, I have my 200-ton Master of Yachts qualification. We got guys over there that have their 100-ton qualifications. And I've been telling the people out here, at the end of the day, you take away the guns and everything, a boat's a boat. But it just goes back down to the individual operator, and we go through a really intense vetting process to ensure that we have top quality performers.
We thank you so much for being here. We're honored to be in your presence.
Definitely.
And have you been in a race boat yet?
Yes, I have. So we also showed up at the Huntington Beach boat races down. We met up with the guys from the Lucas Oil boat race. We've been talking to some of the guys out here, and it's what's really beautiful is when you come out here with the Navy, we get out here with these guys, and it's not really us talking all the time. The citizens, they're coming up to us, they're showing us their boats. We're exchanging knowledge, we're exchanging information. They're inviting us on their boats, and it's just a really good atmosphere. We recommend that anybody, come up, say hi to us, or come to a show like this, because at the end of the day, we're all people, we're human beings, we're all Americans, and we're out here, meeting each other and getting together and doing good things.
Thank you so much for being here, and we hope that this is the worst weather you see.
Oh, no, it's good. We're good to go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
How awesome is it to have these guys right here in our booth with us today? They have that amazing pace boat that they're helping us with today, and having the Special Forces here, like Christian said, it gives you goosebumps, seriously. And that we did get a little bit of a down low on how much horsepower those things have. 700 horse.
I don't remember. It's none of my business.
With big number 6 drives, and the highway's beating around on that thing. That thing is solid.
It's good. So it's good. I mean, like I said, man, like general maritime talk, a boat's a boat. Depending on the sea state, we'll take a beating on it, but nobody's complaining. These guys love what they do, but anybody, you can ask any one of these guys out here racing boats right now. You launch that thing or stuff that thing, you're going to pay the man, but we're all tough boys. So
Yeah.
we'll get out here and we'll get it done no matter what the sea state's going to be within reason.
He's talking race stuff. Is it stuffing it and launching it? Hey,
Yeah,
all right.
like we're all mariners out here,
That's right, we're
The
all-
ocean's the ocean.
That's
We
right.
get out here and we get it done. You guys are looking at it from one aspect of it. We're taking it from another aspect, from a combat side and strategical side. But there's a lot of knowledge out here to be exchanged on whether you're talking about pitch, drives, trim tabs, you name it. You know, we're kind of running the same way. We have a navigator, a throttleman, chief engineer that's on board. We have our chief engineer, he's throttling while the boat captain's driving. So a lot of the same things that you guys are doing in these race boats, you know, that's transitioning or translating directly to what we do.
Okay, so I got to ask a little bit of a background. So you're an operator on these too. So do you come from a boating family? Had you ever boated before you went into the military?
No, came into the military. You know, I'm not one of those guys that has a crazy background story where it's like, you know, I've been looking to do it my entire life. Went into the recruiting office and, you know, they showed me a flag with NSW. I said, oh, that looks cool. Went home, you know, 21st century, age of information. Checked out YouTube, watched a few videos, and I was like, I want to be on boats. I want to be a boat guy. And here I am.
Awesome. Well, we sure appreciate it. We're going to jump back in here to the live stream. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service, and thank you so much for what you guys do for us today. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Wow, Christian, how cool is that?
You got a card on you? Or do I just talk to Nick? I'll talk to Nick. Yep.
And here we go, the pace lap.
So we have the Stock V on their pace lap, like Christian said. We've got the 5 boats we have in the Stock V. The Class 3 is also going to be in this race, and I know that Team Woody, they said, was going to be a scratch, and I haven't seen the other Class 3 boat. They may have scratched as well. I don't know. We'll have to see if we see them come out. We'll look and see how many laps. I think Stock V, I think they've got 10 laps today. Yes, for a total of 40 miles. And Class 3, if they're out here competing, it's going to be 9 laps with a total of 36 miles. So they're going around the course there and getting their bearings with the parade lap, saying hello to everybody. So it's time to grab that cooler and sit back down out here on the beach and get ready for race number 3 here at the 2022 Englewood Beach Waterfest. And I have Christian with Battle Wagon Boats that's helping me here in the broadcast today. We also want to give a shout out to Stallman Motorsports with the big Team Predator boat.
Okay.
They're going to be racing here later on today in Class 4 with your fourth race.
All right, thank you.
Then your 5th and final race of the day will start off, and we have 3-ish. I know that the red flag that we had earlier kind of threw a wrench in our time schedule, but we're going to get all the racing in today best we can. And the high clouds, Christian, is just about burn off. We got a lot of sun glare as they're going to be coming down from into that dog leg towards us. They're just out there on the south end of the course on this parade lap.
The horizon is flat, but it's deceiving. So for the folks at home looking at your TV or your computer, your flat screen, your tiny black and white, it looks flat, but that's a joke. It's a trick.
Smoke and mirrors, huh? Is that what you're saying? Smoke and mirrors, is that what you're saying?
It is exactly smoke and mirrors. A lot of smoke, a little bit of high octane, maybe not for the Stock Vs.
So, but these Stock Vs, this is going to be great water for them. They're going to put the big wheel on it, and they're going to go for as big at top speed as they can. We've got some real fast boats in this race too.
They're shooting for the heavens. They're throwing it all out there. You know, the last 2 days of racing, Saturday and Sunday, this is the Worlds. This is where they come. They save up all their energy. Some of the teams, a lot of it, but it's OPA. So you get a lot of guys. Every single race, they're leaving it all out on the field. And I hate to be cliche, but that's what it is here. Look at this beach. It's standing room only. It's incredible.
Beautiful crowd, beautiful people, beautiful water. It's a great day of racing, Christian. It really is.
It is a wonderful, beautiful day of racing, and it's Englewood, Florida, so tomorrow is going to probably be, well, we're not sure, it might be the opposite of this beautiful day. We'll see. As we watch the parade lap, Wasn't that an amazing interview?
No, it was. It was awesome to have those gentlemen from the military come up here and talk to us.
The best of the best.
Exactly.
We are honored.
They were saying that they travel around and do this PR. We sure do appreciate the assets being here today. They've got, like I said, they have one of the boats here in the pits and the other one out there running as a pace boat today. So it's wonderful to have them here in the house and talking to us today. So the stock V's, Christian, I know that you know these boats, but these are single engine, 525s, sealed engines, and so they're very evenly matched today. And we've got 5 boats in this field today. I don't see the Class 3s coming out here.
That was scratched. It seems that we tried to call them, we tried to raise them up on the VHF, and that looks like that boat might be inoperable or scratched. That's what I heard from race control.
Okay, so we're just going to have the stock V's out here in this race, which is easier for us.
But sometimes we don't want easy. So when we
Didn't sign
signed
up
up
for
for this,
easy.
I don't know about you, but when I answered the phone, I was like, oh no. I was like, okay, so you need it? Yeah, okay. Twist my arm. Boy, what did I sign up for? What did I get myself into? Little did I know I would be 3 stories in the air on scaffolding. I feel like I'm on the top of the Empire State Building with no parachute.
Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? And I do apologize for the first couple of races. We had the lag in the action. We're trying to deal with a little bit of backfeed issue. So I appreciate your help here today, Christian. And we're doing our best for everybody following it at home and all over the country and all over the world. I know everybody's logged in there and watching the best we can. One of the issues that we had here was after the big storm came through, we're trying to find connection issues, weed those out, and bring you the best broadcast that we can. So again, our hats are off to the Englewood people for putting on a great race here, bringing the crowd back here to the beach and trying to get a little bit of normalcy back here to the good folks of the Englewood area.
This community really needs it, and they requested it. So, I mean, you can see the crowd is as far north, that's north as the eyes can see, and south as well. So with the block party last night, they were welcoming the racing community. It really is the definition of family, especially with the OPA. It's really good link. It's a good relationship between this community of Englewood, Florida, and the OPA. It's a family environment. My children are here. They're on the beach playing in the water, playing in the sand. I brought my whole family, and so did everybody else. So the commerce is there.
Can't. Backfeed through our system here on the beach, and we'll try to cut that out and just bring you guys the live updates from here on the live stream. Coming right up, we have the start of the Stock V race.
All right, folks, we're getting ready for our 3rd race, and we're live. Thank you very much. As we watch the Stock V's mill, incoming. Hello.
Was Up will be on the pole
Say that one more time.
with Shocker in position number 2.
Understood.
North
Thank you
Myrtle
so
Beach
much.
RV in position number 3. LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness in position number 4. And Twisted Tea 199 on the outside. Now, Christian, I don't know if you've watched on YouTube or anything, but Jim York and Travis Pastrana, when they're racing, it's hilarious, and they will post their videos up, and they're hollering at each other back and forth, really trying to get that boat around the course. It's hilarious. You got to look it up when you get home.
I've seen it. I've seen it, tongue in cheek. It's humorous.
It is humorous.
I hope they are, well.
They're a well-oiled team.
Yes, I hope that it is more of an affront than it is actual. And here we go. They're coming out of the mill, rounding that 6 and 7 to the front stretch, which is approaching the start-finish.
All right, Christian, you got the lap count there? You got the tape up?
We have 10 laps. The parade lap is gone, so they already did the parade lap.
Correct.
So we have 10 laps, and Rooster Tails are in the air.
Yellow
They're
still,
lining
I
up,
see.
vying for position. They know their lanes. Yellow flag still up. Yellow flag still up.
Green
flag racing. Here we go, boys. LSB on the inside. Was Up is walking the fleet. Twisted Tea, 4th. Shocker following up.
No speed restriction here, guys. These guys are going all out. It's not the lane choices that I was given. LSB is on the inside. North Myrtle Beach is in position number 2. Was Up's in position number 3. And it looks like North Myrtle Beach RV is back. It's fallen back just a little bit, about a boat length and a half.
Wait till it all shakes out. This is going to be a race. It's anyone's game, especially this first turn. Everybody in the drivers' meeting has said first turn is always questionable, especially the second turn when you start hitting those holes. Let's see what happens. LSB, you can see it from here, that orange canopy has a commanding lead going past the spectator fleet southbound.
LSB today has Jay Muller in there with Britt Lilly. There's so much experience in that boat. Twisted Tea would be in 2nd place.
There we go.
North Myrtle Beach in 3rd.
Now we're seeing the leaps.
4th.
Nice leap by LSB. Wide turns. That's a very hard turn to negotiate. I was speaking to some racers early. Wow, good leap by LSB. Battles at 2nd and 3rd. The pack is still tight.
Second place is North Myrtle Beach RV. And Twisted Tea.
This is when these teams are negotiating their ballast tanks. They might not want to talk about it in the pits, but they're trying to figure out the ballast of these boats. So they're playing with the ballast because they're going through holes. Now they're about midway, halfway. They're looking at the gauge on their ballast tank, dumping ballast, seeing if they can get an acceleration because they're all evenly matched. LSB is doing a commanding job, doing a wonderful job commanding this race course.
North Myrtle Beach and RV is in 2nd.
Beautiful
Twisted Tea
leap.
is in 3rd.
Beautiful leap by North Myrtle Beach. Twisted Tea's really gaining on their transom.
Look at the setup there on LSV. You got to give it to them for that.
All
running flat. 3 and 4. Shocker and Was Up, right?
Was Up and Shocker. Nice little hop by Shocker now. And the fleet is still pretty tight. Usually when you see the race.
Was Up's trying to get right up there with Twisted Tea. Ed and Anthony Smith.
Twisted Tea, Was Up, Shocker. I believe that was.
Yep. No. This will be lap 2 as they're coming around.
Right. No, this is the completion of lap 1.
Correct.
This is the completion of lap 1. Beautiful turn by the LSB boys.
Which would be the newest boat on the
These guys
course, I
are
believe.
dialed in.
Like I said, there's so much experience in that boat.
Yep. Boat sounded really strong.
Great race in second place.
North Myrtle Beach doing a great job in second place.
Second, third, and fourth.
Twisted Tees
What's up,
right on
trying
our
to stay
tail.
on the inside.
What's up is poised for a great turn 1.
Twisted T has a lot of speed pulling out of this corner.
Yep. Nice little hop.
We got a lot of laps to go yet.
North Myrtle Beach has to keep their head on tight because that third place boat of Twisted is right on their prop shaft. And everybody, so when they're racing, they're setting up turn 1 at turn 6 and 7.
Definitely.
They need to figure out. So Anthony and Smitty, they're trying to get that inside lane.
And, you know, we'll see setup come into play here, too.
Yep.
You're going to see the guys come into their setup, and their setups go away. It all depends on what prop they pick.
Watch these boats start to fly.
And these boats will have to get craned out, and they have to make a specific weight coming out of the race, after the race.
Oh, baby, yes, they do.
And if they have too much time idling out there, it can burn off too much fuel and put them under spec weight.
LSB is running beautifully level. LSB is running absolutely level and true, coming around that second turn.
So you can see that was the roughest part of the course earlier today.
One of
the
them,
Class
here comes,
7s.
whoa, way high leap for Twisted T. I hope Travis has new underwear in that boat.
You can ask him that. I'm not going to ask him.
I'm not afraid.
Ask Hollywood, huh? Those kind of things?
Man, he's running that boat loose, and you know why. It's not a motocross bike, Travis. My goodness. But they're gaining. Funny how loose that boat is. They're still gaining on North Myrtle Beach. As I say that, North Myrtle Beach takes a huge leap. Every time these boats are in the air, they slow down. You have to have the prop shaft in the water in order to accelerate. And they overtook North Myrtle Beach in the middle of the course.
You're exactly right. Look at that. They've gone around them. They're into second place.
They're into second place, but each time they leap, if you look at the difference between
LSB
and Twisted T, as long as they keep their prop shaft in the water, LSB is going to continue to gain on it, extend the lead on everyone.
North Myrtle Beach is really hopping around.
Watch these turns. Watch these turns, because I guarantee whoever's driving and throttling that Twisted boat, they want to catch the first place boat.
Right, and they're out of the same shop.
And now North Myrtle Beach, they're angry. They just got passed by somebody that doesn't have that much experience in a boat. So they're going to get on it. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that if you get passed, you want blood.
Yeah, you do. Ed and Anthony Smith are right there behind him, too.
North Myrtle Beach going to turn 6 and 7. Beautiful turns with these boats.
Twisted T is walking away from him, though.
LSB is looking beautiful. And now look how hairy that turn got. All that water, all that wash, all that weight, these guys have to drive through that. Excellent turn, good safe race so far. Now look at that turn, look at the distance between LSB, Twisted T and North Myrtle Beach. And what's up is right on the heels of North Myrtle Beach.
I'm hearing a little bit of, I don't know if North Myrtle Beach RV is already on the red limit or not, but I heard it cutting out as it went past.
Might be.
Shockers
And here comes Shocker.
See, and North Myrtle Beach RV is really hopping around.
They're off the pace a little bit. And again, we don't know what's happening inside their cockpit. We see the effects, but something could be happening. Something could be loose, something could be broken. Something could be missing. An electrical connection could be going in and out. So anything could be happening because they know better than us. As they're all headed out to the Gulf in turn 2,
What's Up is really starting to gain on North Myrtle Beach RV.
That boat comes in as the race goes on.
It does.
The synergy between Anthony and his father is amazing. They've been racing for about 153 years together. and
That's amazing because they're really not that old.
Well, they know what each
Doesn't show
other's
it.
going to do. Well, they don't look that old, but they know what they're doing. They know what each is going to do before they even do it. So
Look at the lines, though, that LSV Hurricane of Awesomeness is
Beautiful.
using. There's beautiful lines around
Yep.
the course.
they're running that boat. And another veteran of offshore who's been racing forever, Britt, they're running the boat very well.
Yep, and his dad, Art's right down here below us in the
These are professionals.
spectators. He is. Awesome to have him here with us today. What's up? Hadn't caught North Myrtle Beach.
North Myrtle
RV
Beach,
yet.
something happened. They're firing on all 8. They were able to walk a little bit from What's Up. Commanding lead. LSB and Twisted in second.
And it is about the same separation between first and second and third.
Right, running into turn 6 and 7 on the front stretch. You could hear them. As we're entering lap 4. Boats are screaming, boat looking great.
Wow,
Excellent
look at that.
riding boat.
Perfect setup. Perfect setup.
Way to go, but we're only 4 laps in.
So the fight really is for third place. North Myrtle Beach RV is trying to hold on to it, and What's Up's trying to take it over.
And what Smitty is doing right now is he's trying to find a fast line.
Right.
And he's calculating in his brain. So now, see, he's on the outside?
Yeah.
So now, watch what he does on the first pin. He's going to try to apex that turn so he keeps the speed up. He's going to apex that first turn so that the boat keeps momentum. It keeps speed. Because you got to keep it to the wood in order to keep these boats running fast. So now he's outside. He tried the inside, couldn't make the inside. Now he's going to try the outside. But watch closely as he apexes and tries to dive on the inside of North Myrtle Beach. North Myrtle Beach is going to be pretty guarded of that first turn. Watch what he does.
He's trying to set him up in that corner.
He is.
He's watching everything they're doing.
Staying on the outside. Because North Myrtle Beach, was pretty guarded of that first turn.
Oh.
He didn't give him enough room. And he did it on purpose.
He got around him. We have a new third place with What's Up.
Just hold on. He had that momentum.
Yeah, he did. Carried it
Excellent.
around that corner on the south end of the course.
And there you
You're
go.
headed
That's
back
what
out
veterans
to
do.
sea.
Let's see what happens to the middle of the course.
I think Ed and Anthony Smith are just running consistent.
North Myrtle Beach is off the pace.
They are.
There's something going on,
Boat's going away from
and it's
them.
going away from them. So now
They're
we have
not giving up, though.
So LSB, Twisted T was up in third. So 1, 2, 3. LSB, Lily Sport Boats, Twisted T in second, and
Up in third.
Was up in third. North Myrtle Beach in fourth, and Shocker in fifth.
And Shocker's off the pace. You know, they've reworked that boat, tried to get it back here to the race. They had
They did a wonderful job putting that boat back together.
yeah, in a week.
As we see Twisted running a little loose as they'd like.
Trying to make up any ground they can.
They like it. Whoa, what a leap by Twisted. They might want to say hello to the guys in the helicopter.
Reach up and give them 5.
They want to reach out and touch someone. Watch your fingers, boys. It gets a little choppy.
boy, but Jay and Britt, they have a perfect setup on that boat.
They're both veterans.
Oh, look at that. Everybody take notes. That's how it's supposed to look.
I would hate to be Britt Lilly's shoulder because I know Mr. Muller gets a little physical in the cockpit.
Does he?
Well, he might tell somebody to shut up. Way to go.
Oh, is that throttle?
Letting the rev limiter do its thing. Very good 1-2 showing for the boats out of the LSB stable. There's that bump though. If you heard it in the center of the course, did you hear it? They both throttled at the same spot.
Right out here in front of the start-finish boat.
Yep. Here comes What's Up.
Beautiful Phantom.
Beautiful number 3 boat was up, campaigned by the Smith family.
Yeah, we're all hearing it right there.
There's that
bit of
bump.
pop. You know, with the storm that came through, I bet it moved a lot of this.
Here's Shocker
the bottom of the
pulling up the
ocean
rear,
here,
entering 6 and 7.
making a little bit of a bump.
And they're practicing for tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And you could hear, even though our cameras are not on it, but you could hear North Myrtle Beach is off the pace. They're not running up to RPM.
No,
you
you're
can
right.
absolutely hear their engine.
You can hear the different pitch.
Right.
Yep.
Hear the difference?
I hear the crispness that you hear in Shocker.
Shocker's winding out.
That close to the pin too, so they have a smaller prop, is what it's telling me.
So they have a little bit more mile per hour on North Myrtle Beach.
By our calculations, we're almost to the midway of this race. We've got 10 laps today in the Stock V. Look at that line coming back to you on the dog leg. Britt and Jay have a great run going.
So far, LSB has been running pin to pin.
They have about a 10-second lead, 12-second lead with second place?
Excellent running boat. And it's beautiful conditions for for today.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
He's not going to need spinal surgery this evening, although he might. Because I've seen all these racers race in much bigger water. But again, this sea condition is just enough to get these boats loose and happy. What a beautiful leap.
But you know, it is leaping and it is jumping around a little bit, but it's under
control.
control.
It's controlled.
Exactly.
You're 100% right. And Twisted is running the same way. You can see these boats are set up pretty closely.
Well, they're coming out of the same stable.
They're not losing and they're not gaining.
It'll come down, you know, we'll have to see how this plays out. You know, I'm sure that they didn't think that it would come down to attrition, but you never know.
Well, like our last race. We saw boats broke and then boats went by.
Yep.
So it's not over until
the fat lady sings.
Well, the checkered flag. I prefer to say obese, but that's fine.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
So the fat lady can always lose weight.
Yeah, that's right.
It's always the ugly lady.
Oh, you hear the crowd
that can never
cheering
change. That's the LSB stables hollering. They so enjoy that boat loose. You can see it start to transom to bow, transom to bow, transom to bow.
Beautiful boat.
They enjoy it.
Britt does a great job with those boats.
And he does quick turnaround, he does great work. I mean, he's showcasing it, it's doing wonderful.
Right. North Myrtle Beach RV coming around the north end of the course. They'll make this turn and come down in front of the beach. They had a good run earlier with Was Up, fighting for third, but looks like their setup's going away from them.
And I gotta tell you that the Was Up boat is getting closer to the Twisted boat. So they're doing okay.
Are they staying consistent?
I think they're staying consistent, if not gaining. I wish I had a stopwatch. That's maybe what I do, but my phone is being used for something else right now.
Yeah, listen to this boat as it comes by.
It's off the pace.
Yep. They're down on RPM. Something's going on.
It's not turning up. Maybe it's in Guardian mode. Who knows?
Yeah. You know, you see that in some of the bigger classes that are like the 1100s and things. They'll go into Guardian mode. They have to come down off plane to reset it to get it out of Guardian mode. Here on the backstretch, you have them coming back to the dog leg. Britt Lilly, Jay Muller, a commanding lead today. By our calculations, that is halfway through the race. That's not me backing up. Hear the backup alarm. Is that your lady that's singing? Does she have a backup
No,
alarm?
so that's what I'm saying. So an ugly lady can't fix it, but a fat lady can do stuff.
Hey,
So,
okay,
you know,
we don't
that's-
need to talk about
That's
that.
my theory.
Twisted Tea.
I love that
They're-
they have their own course. They're running independent of other classes. They could really showcase what they do. And that boat's leaping level.
But Britt and Jay are walking away from everybody.
They are. They are. They're not lapping anybody, but they're doing very well. And they know that. They don't need us to say, oh, wow, what a great job they're doing. They're professionals.
Right. But I'm sure their crew here on the shore is telling them what's going on, contacting them inside the boat. A lot of these teams have that ability. You can hear the crowd
Every
cheering
lap.
for them. Here we have your leaders in the Stock V. Jay Muller, Britt Lilly, Lilly Sport Boats, Hurricane
laps to go.
Awesomeness.
There's that hole.
Yep.
So that's the geography of the ocean floor.
Right, that's what I was saying earlier.
When the water's rolling in, it's that exact spot. It's a science. It's great to hear that.
And Christian, as you said earlier, I think that What's Up's getting a little bit closer to the Twisted Tea. I don't know if they can catch him in 4 laps. But you know, with 2 days of racing, you may lose the battle but win the war.
16 seconds. 16 seconds separate second to third. And I know, just like every other racer that's here, 16 seconds is not stopping Anthony from trying to figure out how to get around Twisted.
No.
And I know he's punching his dad in the shoulder, do this, do that, do this. And those guys, the synergy in that cockpit is as similar to the first place boat between Jay and Britt.
Right.
So they're trying to figure out how to run the course. Again, they're wide open, right?
Yep.
So there's no more power. Now it's a driver's race. So when I say it's a driver's race, it's very similar to the 60 guys. So they have to use up the whole course in order to apex the turns, come out of the turns with speed, keep the momentum going. As soon as you hear those RPM drop, you're losing.
Yep.
So he's doing everything he can to keep that.
And we don't have lap traffic for them to worry about,
Right.
or get mixed up in the corners with.
Right.
Like you're saying, it's their race.
Right.
There you have on the coming around the dog leg on the backside of the course, Britt Lilly and Jay Muller. You can see that they're just checking out. Great attitude of that boat, flying nice and flat, straight and true.
On the beach.
So we have 2 of the newer Phantoms that are out here. We have Shocker here on your screen right now. They just have something going away from them. Twisted Tea. You got to wonder, so is Britt and Jay, are they going to, try to conserve everything? because it hasn't changed too much. I don't know what the crew chiefs are telling them over the mics.
Nah, they're just keep doing what you're doing. Everything's running fine.
We're getting a little back feed there again. Coming around for lap number, would this be lap number 7, Christian?
That completes
3 to go.
3 to go. Again, and your leaders, because we've been talking about each boat, but specifically we have LSB in first place, Twisted T, which is out of the LSB stables, in second place, Was Up, a Phantom in third place.
So, and you heard them have to throttle a little bit, so it's loosening up. They're burning off some fuel.
Yeah, so they're gonna gain a little bit more speed.
And Travis hadn't backed off at all.
No, and he's all gas and no brakes. And here we have Was Up, the father and son team of Anthony Smith and his dad, Edward Smith, our fearless leader.
On the backstretch there, you have North Myrtle Beach RV still putting in their laps. I hear people hooping and hollering. I jump up to try to see what's going on the course. There we have the North Myrtle Beach RV rounding the north end of the course. This would be their 7th lap, I believe. Shocker there, still doing their laps, coming around the north end also. So they've got a turn that they're behind North Myrtle Beach RV. North
Myrtle Beach is running well, they're just off the pace.
They are. Like you were saying, you can just hear they're down on RPMs. Just don't have the power today. Something's going on.
And all these teams are not quitters, so they'll sort it out.
So, by what I can see, Was Up is catching Twisted T.
Yep.
And the separation between
is growing.
First and second place is growing. Exactly. So that what I'm seeing is that Twisted T is losing speed, losing their setup.
Right. As Britt and Jay, as we're looking at them now, are rounding out 6 and 7, they're extending their lead between Twisted, and they might have. Yeah, you might be able to see these turns. Smitty's a pro. He knows how to get around these turns. And he's racing somebody that does not have as much boating experience, racing experience as he does.
Well, not in boats.
Right. And that's a big deal. Listen, I have experience in a lot of stuff. I'm not going to engineer a spaceship. I'm just not as good. But I'll get in one.
You take it for a spin?
Sure. All right, now. 1. So now we had 15 seconds. This is going to be interesting.
We had 15 seconds.
15 seconds earlier, the last lap, right? So now we're going to have 2 laps to go.
They both have.
Where's that piling in?
Christian's going to count it out. Was Up coming right past our vantage point.
They did it in half. They'll get them. So it's 8 seconds. They had 15-second lap lead, now it's 8 seconds.
10 seconds. They're making up the ground on them. I just don't know if they have enough laps to do it.
I don't know if they have 2 laps in order to do it, but we'll see. We'll see which boat comes alive as they burn off more fuel.
I saw them dumping some ballast out as they were coming back out of
Did
this
you?
fourth turn.
As we look at the dog leg, at the port side of the bow tie.
There's Shocker. It looks like they're going to be overtaken by LSB. Britt and Jay are, man, running a great race today. Lily Sport Boats. So is that the newest one, or is the Twisted Tea the newest one? I think
I don't know.
Britt and Jay are in the newest one.
I agree, but I don't want to sign off on that, but I think you're right.
And both extreme holes. Now laid up by Britt. Interesting how these guys are setting up for this corner. Way wide to the inside.
Yep.
Now coming around. Why did they do that? I don't understand why Twisted Tea did that.
Twisted added a quarter mile onto their
course.
under their nautical travels, and now Was Up is almost at their bumper. So did you see how wide they took that?
Yeah, they zigzagged the whole time coming down here towards that.
Maybe you get complacent. After a 10-lap race, it becomes monotonous, and you start to get fatigued, and your brain starts to go away. And now look how close we have Was Up to Twisted.
Let's count it off. Was Up's within 5 seconds of them.
So on each leg, if they catch a second, that could be something. As we watch Britt and Jay command this.
They've got a lot of support here in the crowd. By our calculations, that will be starting their final lap, I believe, right?
Yes. And now the race is for second and third.
Oh,
or
no.
Second.
Looks like
What did we
Was
see?
Up must have hooked it. No, they're still on plane, or they're getting back up on plane,
Yeah,
going
but
around the
they're
buoy.
slow. Well, that's what happens.
Yep, they were trying.
Shucks.
Darn it.
That's what happens when you push. That's what happens when you push.
They're still under power, getting it back up on plane. True racers at heart. Ed and Anthony are not going to give up.
You have to find that edge, and they found it.
Yeah, they did.
And luckily, they're in a boat that is a little bit forgiving when it does that. So the technology is superb when a spin out happens and it doesn't get violent.
Right.
And that is very good. Because we've all seen things happen when a spin out gets violent.
As we saw today. North Myrtle Beach coming through the dog leg on the backside of the course. And look like Jay and Britt are just about to catch the Shocker boat. They may do it before the dog leg pin. Those Shocker guys, it's just amazing the effort that they put in to get here. We love seeing them here. They had a little bit of damage on their boat from last week, and they got that all wrapped up and got here. Love to see them out here on the course. The leaders there on the back stretch, I think what we got right there, just about ready to catch Shocker. Like Christian, like you were saying earlier, so it's kind of like a bow tie with a straight edge here against the beach, but on the backside they have this dog leg that they have to come back in here towards the shore and then turn back out for the north turns.
It's a bow tie with a straight bottom, so like a big clown bow tie or a regular bow tie. Can you tie your own bow tie?
No, I don't. I don't wear
Really?
bow ties.
Really?
No, I wear.
Oh, I used to love wearing bow ties. But it was really hard to get the nose and the wig on at the same time. So the person that called me and said, hey, can you help me do this? I'm like, yeah, I have to just polish off my nose and wig. Might have to do a little bit of coloring on the wig. But sure, I'll do it. Batter's up, right? You always have to.
Here on the north end of the course, we have Shocker coming through the corner. Jay and Brett are trying to set him up. Stay to the outside.
Is the checkered flag out for this race yet?
I don't know. I will tell you soon.
It should be. Are they sleeping? Wake them up.
Dee has it in her hand.
They should be.
Yes, checkered flag for LSB.
for 10.
Yep. Great
Alrighty.
job on the lap count. Now
Man,
Shocker
that-
will have to complete another lap, but you gotta give it to Jay and Britt. What a great race they had today.
Way to go, Twisted T.
Twisted T coming through.
Whoa,
in
and he
second
turned it
place.
up just for us. You know he did that.
Little bit of showboating.
Hey, congratulations, Lily!
You hear the crowd go crazy.
We can't hear you. Come on, come on.
Smitty's out there.
Yeah,
Stop.
yeah. What a wonderful, spectacular race this circus is. As we focus on the dog leg, the final. But do you hear that? Do you hear the rumbling in the wet pits?
I do.
It's not over yet.
No, it's not. But I don't see Waz Up coming around.
They're out there. They're in the middle.
in the middle.
Yeah.
So North Myrtle Beach RV is still under their own power. They're not going to give up. They want to get as many points as they can.
Yeah.
So the two boats we still have on the course is North Myrtle Beach RV. And they're just coming through the back dog leg. And Shocker is just back behind them, coming through the south end of the course. I don't think Shocker can catch him. I bet this is how it's going to finish out. Boy, Jay and Britt had a great showing today, didn't they? And if you get a chance, check out that boat in the pits. It's beautiful. He's done a wonderful job painting that boat up. Just an amazing piece of hardware. There you see, he's out on the deck of the boat. He says, "Give me that flag." Mr. Britt Lilly. It's got to be a great sense of accomplishment on a boat that you built. Congratulations to LSB, Hurricane of Awesomeness. Congratulations to that team. They really had a great setup today. Jay'll nose it in there. Have D hand him the flag. There you go, folks. Congratulations to them. Mr. Britt Lilly standing on the front of his boat, waving that flag. So here we have coming through the course, just about into your sight there is North Myrtle Beach RV, finishing out the day in third place. And Shocker will be coming through in fourth place. They're into it, trying to put on a show for everybody. Had a great showing today, just a little bit off the pace. Maybe they come back and give it another better run tomorrow. Shocker taking the flag. So that wraps up this race. Christian, so coming up in the next race we have
Our fourth race of the day. This will be good.
will be Mod V, Relentless and Sunprint, and Class 4, which will be
That's right.
Class 4, and we have
Team
Team Woody.
which I
Cape Hayes Marine.
Saris and Predator. That'll be a good race. How many laps?
Class 4 does 9, and Mod V does 10.
10.
So we have, local time is 2:18. Race number 4 was supposed to take off at 1:45. Of course, we're a little bit behind. We have on time, behind time, and offshore time. I'll have to look here, get my binoculars out, look at the south end of the course, and see if we have them out there.
These are going to be
Yes, I
loudy
do
boats.
see them. They're up on plane, headed to the north end of the course. They're going to try to get this fourth race off pretty quickly. So Relentless and Sunprint. So Sunprint, you have Steve Miklos and Steve Furman, which are a great team. They have this extreme so dialed in, and Miklos has so much experience in that boat. And really, Steven really does too. And I saw the whole family and everybody's here supporting them. They're somewhat local. They're from up around Newport Richey. And then Relentless with Charlie McCarthy and Travis Pico in the Phantom.
I'm sorry, I'm getting tape ready. I
That's all right.
apologize.
So in Class 4, the Team Woody boat that you'll see there, they actually have 3 boats out here with us today. This is going to be the Levy Craft, the canopied Levy Craft, single engine with Billy Shipley and Chad Woody. Then we have Cape Hayes Marine with Mark Robbins and Damon Murata in the Phantom. It's a twin engine Phantom. It's a 34-foot Phantom. Then we have Saris Racing with John and Jason Saris. And do they have Bernie in there with them today in the Cobra?
I believe so, and that's double duty for a few people.
Oh yeah, definitely. Then we have Team Predator with the great big 41-foot Apache. Dean Stallman, Nate Hunt, and I think Ryan Stallman is in there with them.
Yes,
They got,
yes, that's Stallman's son.
yeah, Dean has his son with him today. That's awesome. That boat is, it just gives me goosebumps to see it. It is such a cool boat. Was Up's getting towed in. Must have broke something. We got to get them off the course, get them out of the way. Everything's fine with them. It just, something gave way in the boat.
Okay, we're set up for laps.
So that was a good clean race. This next race, Christian, we're going to have, looks like, what, 6 boats out there on the course?
Yeah, and we can talk about the sticky. So there's a few people that think that a 41-foot boat should be in Class 3.
Yeah.
I love the Predator crew. They're great. I love the Saris crew. They're great. I really enjoy everybody that's racing. But some people feel as though 41 Apaches shouldn't be running against a 33-foot Cobra or a 34-foot Phantom. However, this is grassroots racing. This is grassroots motorsport where all are welcome, and so it's good. Let's see what happens. It's gonna be a Goliath. What's the little guy? Joseph against Goliath. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Who goes against Goliath? Goliath is a 41-foot Predator, Apache, and that's a big boat. We're going to see. So again, another driver's motorsport. Now they have gobs of power,
but they're limited by their speed bracket.
right?
So
So they
Class
are
4,
bracketed, but it's going to be a driver's race.
85-mile-an-hour breakout speed. So no matter if they got, and I know Team Predator has brand new motors in that. They just got The brand new motors put in this last week, so they're looking to have a great show in here today, but they can't go faster than 85. They do. They're at the back of the pack. And Cape Hayes Marine, that 34-foot Phantom, those are great boats, great handling boats. They're a sit-down boat. Now the Apache, it'll be a stand-up boat. But that Cape Hayes Marine, that would have been built as a factory 2 boat back in the day with twin 500 HPs, and now it's been transitioned over in here to racing in Class 4. Great team though.
All right, so it's Samuel versus Goliath, or Israel and the Philistines. So I apologize for not knowing that, and you know what? No, I don't. I don't apologize for not knowing that. It is what it is. And
hey, we're having fun up here. You're doing great.
To you all. But it is just it's an interesting aspect of what's fair and what's not fair. And I think it's wonderful that that this organization we're really a family and we welcome. So we want to see what a 33-foot Cobra does up against a 41 Apache. And this weather is going to be a little bit of an equalizer. So it is a bracketed class, and we're going to see how driving shakes out.
You know, and that Cobra's an older boat that Jason and Johnny redid. Beautiful boat, but it's an older boat. It's like it's in the 80s for sure. We have the boats coming out from the pits, going up here to the north end of the course, getting ready to go to their milling circles. We'll get this 4th race underway here soon, folks.
And these are going to be loud babies. These boats are going to be a little spicy.
I've raced against that levee craft. It can be a handful. We'll see what kind of setup they have on it today. Cape Hayes Marine taking it easy coming out here.
Mr. Black, how are you, sir? Peace be with you. Good to see you today. Good to see you today.
Yes. Mr. Jim Black, thank you so much for being in the house here today.
Reverend Jim Black.
Offering a prayer this morning and again tomorrow at the driver's meeting.
He's always happy.
He is. Wonderful, wonderful person. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats down here. So we're getting up here to the north end of the course.
Saris on the course.
Going green
Predator,
soon.
Predator on the
Probably
course.
about another 5, maybe 10 minutes.
Something about yellow boats that I love.
You know, I don't see the chopper in the air, the helicopter. They may have gone back to refuel, so we may have to wait on that. We'll have to wait and see once they get up here to the milling circle. But I don't see the chopper or hear it. Do you?
Not yet. I hear the drone. Don't go home. You're going to want to see this race, folks.
This is going to be a great race here on race number 4. Then we'll have the big boys come out.
There's something about a 3-man stand-up boat that I love, especially yellow. It's
exactly.
Just it's grassroots racing at its finest.
Is your stuffing set up as a 3-man boat?
It is.
So is mine.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, which Sutphin?
Yo.
So one is 3, one is 6.
Okay.
6-man.
Yeah.
So one's staggered. That's a fun little boat. And, you know.
They both have twin small blocks in them?
No. So no. One is small blocks and crash boxes. That's a 3-man. That's a 30. The 33 is staggered. It's going to be staggered big blocks.
Oh, wow.
3s on boxes.
Now, what boat was that? Was it always a race boat?
It was Miss Maxon. Yeah. So both boats were originally built as offshore racing boats. The funny thing about both of them is when they were ordered by young people, and the parents refused. It's so funny. The parents refused to sign off on the builds on both boats.
But they still built them?
Yeah, well, they did convincing of the parents, and they said, okay, they took them for a ride,
yeah.
And that's what convinced it. And funny enough, when I purchased mine, I got kicked out of the house too. So it took a while, but
so
it's funny.
You know, what year are those boats?
Both are 81s.
81s. So my Sabre is a 1990, and it originally raced as the Wave Hippie back in the day, and that was a young crew. young guys. You
You
know, I
have
think
to
they were
be.
20, 21 to be racing that boat.
You have to be. You can't have legs of a 60 and 70-year-old and just pound your body away.
Well, and that
you have
was
to be
part-
that dumb.
That was A class back in the day for my boat. It was raced as A class. So when they would allow the twin small blocks with stock manifolds to go against the single big blocks, it's cool. They're really cool. Remember RC Marine, the super boat?
Yeah.
That was the dominant boat in that
Yeah.
class at that time.
They had TRSs.
Yeah, yeah. I was asking John about that one the other night, and I said, "Where is it?" And he goes, "Well, I think it went to was it Trinidad or Puerto
Oh,
Rico?"
wow.
And I believe that one burned.
Oh no.
I don't know if they rebuilt it or not. I don't know, and he didn't know for sure either. But that was a cool boat. I remember the Racer's Edge magazine that I have with the RC Marine boat in it. Even back in Kansas, I remember back in the day looking at that. Such a cool boat. And it had a great attitude when it ran. It ran straight and true and flat and square. It did, and it just had a perfect setup on that boat. Which, of course, I'm a fan of twin small blocks. I think it's balanced better. And let's take a break and get reset. It sounds like we're getting a lot of feedback out here on the
Okay.
beach. So let's
There's
take a quick
green
break.
light. Don't go to break yet. There's a green light for a pace lap. I'm sending your information down to our control. That. Okay. Thank you, Val. Don't go to break yet because they just got the green. Race control just got the green light for a pace lap.
They need to reset that for the back feed.
They should.
Hey, Brian. There you go. Maybe it's getting close to that.
If it's feedback from any of this, like the electric there, up here, maybe. Go out here. It's inconsistent. They just gotta lower it. You see that up there?
Okay.
Is that appropriate?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the ocean guy. I'm a lake guy.
Well, he's gonna have to throttle in that one spot.
So, I heard somebody say that they wanted to take a dry bag and swim out some snacks to one of the boats out there
All right, we got the bell up in the sky.
with the divers on board.
What is this business?
Well, if you look at the course, they do have a swimming area out here, Christian.
He's swimming out on the course.
They do have a guy swimming out, though. I don't know how far he's trying to go.
There's someone swimming out on the course.
Chopper's got him. I don't know what he's trying to do.
Yeah, they can't. There's something going on here.
With that red tide, is that good to be out there?
He might have had a few too many cocktails. I don't know what's going on.
I don't either.
All right, now we got whistles. I'd hate to have to go get that guy. Let's focus on this person. Let's see if he actually listens to the whistle.
You should.
Boy, if he's inebriated, I'd hate to have to go get him, or if he gets tired. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Live action, folks.
Live action.
Oh,
Maybe
he's standing.
Maybe it's the turtle
He's
guy.
standing. He's standing. That can't be good for. That's going to be hilarious.
There's a swimming area out there.
Who's going to go get him?
There's other people swimming down there on the south end of the course. Interesting.
He's still walking.
So we're just about ready to get race number 4 started for the day, guys. Looks like we're going to have Mod V is going to have 10 laps, and class number 4 is going to have 9 laps. They're calling him back in. We got a swimmer right out here in front of our vantage point, everybody.
He's swimming
whistling
hard
at him
now.
and
Look at
getting
him.
him
Come
back
on,
in.
buddy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's going to get tired. Look at his head moving from side to side. Oh, jeez. Can he stand? He's got that haircut. Oh, here we go. He's going to get shut down. Oh, we got the helicopter on him, and we got the other asset. And they're going to push him. Oh, this poor guy, man. So, they used the helicopter like he was cattle. Oh, boy.
Somebody's going to be getting a talking to.
He got the message. They might. Oh,
Here
he's
you
good.
go.
He can body surf. Body surf that wave. Oh, he just blew a really good wave to body surf in. Come on.
He was almost out to where if
He
they're on
almost
that
in the
safety
piling.
boat. Yeah.
That's a big boy. Man, and we don't have beach speakers now. We could talk to him. Oh, boy. Hey! I bet you he races Class 7 tomorrow.
You ought to take a bow. Take a bow,
Oh,
my
my
friend.
goodness, look at that boy. I would hate to be his blood alcohol level. Oh, there he takes a little break. I'm sure his hair is tired from that swim. Oh my goodness.
So we'll get the safety boats back in position. We've got the pace boat up here on the north end of the course. Looks like they're going to go ahead and bring the boats around for the start of this 4th race. I see Sunprint there with Relentless right behind them, so they're getting lined up.
Here we go.
I guess this will be the parade lap.
It should be. I mean, that was what we heard from race control, is that we're getting ready for parade lap, and then we had to have Big Boy get off the water.
Yeah.
And now we have the parade lap for Class 4 as well,
Yep.
with the military boat. Parade lap. As we see Predator on their parade lap. And a lot of these guys want to save. Because on the parade lap, you have the parade lap boats, the pace boats, flying. Because, like, that Navy boat's wide open. And, yeah. And so now you have...
Cape Hayes Marine waving to the crowd, everybody.
And now you have people wanting to catch up with it. Now it's more, you're taxing everything. And here we have the Levy craft.
And the Bandit coming around here, the Bandit boat.
I would like to know more about that boat.
I would too. Cool setup. I was looking at it in at the street party last night.
So see that rooster tail?
Boy's got that drive height, Eddie.
Oh, so he just played with the drive height. So he's playing with the drive height. So you could see the rooster tail went up and then it went down.
Trying to get a feel for the course.
Trying to get a feel for the boat, trying to get a feel for everything. So we'll see how that looks as the race plays out.
So, as we were saying, Mod V will have 10 laps. So Mod V and Stock V are very similar boats. So the Stock Vs have the sealed 525s from Mercury. And then you have Mod Vs, which are a custom-built boat, or a custom-built motor, but they do have the specs that they have to follow within the internals of the motor. So you have spec heads and carbureted motors. They do not have EFI.
Go ahead.
And then, now Class 4 is basically run what you brung. It's just limited by the actual bracketed speed of 85 miles an hour. So, you know, there's only going to be a little bit of boat chop out there and a little bit of roller coming in. But
Okay,
like we
so
were saying
and they're gonna
earlier,
run
the
in
wind's
class
coming out of our
4.
back
Okay.
really, coming from
Thank
the
you, sir.
northeast. So
Bye-bye.
we really don't have any wind chop
He's so great.
to per se to deal
And,
with.
and also, did you talk about the carburetors versus EFI?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are carbureted. The other
Right.
stock bees are EFI.
EFI, right.
So in this class, we do have the Team Predator, who's helping sponsor our live stream today with Stallman Motorsports. And we got the father and son team in there racing today, and also, of course, Nate Hunt. So we have 2 different boats that have 3 people in the class, or 3 people in the boat. We actually have 2 boats with the navigator. We have the Saris boys have a navigator in there today, and so does Team Predator.
Right, and Predator's been on the race course for a very long time. It's nice to know the lineage of that entire boat since inception. And the Stallman and Hunt family are the latest trustees of its ownership. They are wonderful people. They're competitors, they're gentlemen and gentle ladies. Miss Connie is a wonderful human being. They are completely involved in the sport in every aspect of its essence, and they really wanted to share with fans and their friends that they're working and bringing their know-how and their assets and resources to try to help Fort Myers, Naples, because they're from the Naples area, and Englewood Beach to try to help get through this tough devastation, this tough time. And that's really important because they put their money where their mouth is. So we had Stallman, is his name Ryan? Ryan Stallman? He's the son.
Correct.
And it's wonderful to be a part of.
Oh, I would. You know, I've raced my boat at the shootout back in Missouri, and this year was pretty special. I got to race it with my daughter. Stella was finally old enough to be able to race it, and to have your own child racing with you in the boat, it was a dream of mine to come true. Hope to have my son do it one of these days. And you know, my youngest is just 12. She's the one chopping at the bit to do it. But she says she's not racing with me at the shootout. She wants to race with Carrie Six Killer. And so I guess I'm chopped liver compared to Carrie Six Killer.
Sometimes you're always chopped liver. My 3 daughters, I'm so blessed. My 3 daughters, I don't think I have to do too much convincing because we're sailors, so we've been sailing all summer long. So 5, 3, and 9 months. It's always like when you become, we're at a race boat and we're talking about our daughters. How awesome is that? And they're interested in racing.
Yep.
So they're here today and they're watching with eager anticipation. But that 41 Apache, it's a 1987. It's always, well, for the most part, it's of its life, it's been known as Predator.
Yeah.
It did race on a lake for a little bit in the late 80s because it is a 1987 hull. And it is, the caretakers of that boat have really been good sports people of offshore.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
And I gotta share with you, I know the founder of Apache. They designed this boat to do what it's doing.
To be out on the course this long?
And some of the people at Apache never expected these boats to last this long. And this is one of 3 yellow boats. It was supposed to be just a dispensable boat.
Really?
But it lasted the test of time and the test of offshore.
Awesome.
And these owners don't show it any mercy. I mean, yes,
No,
they
they
take
don't.
care of it, but they're not running for 3rd place. They're running to try to get
They beat on it.
the W.
They beat on it. I'll give them that. But it is a great piece of equipment. It really is. Everybody needs to come by and check that out.
So
Big
thank
number
you.
6 drives on the backside of it.
Yep. Thank you for their sponsorship.
Always a class act at every race we go to. Team Predator.
As we lay eyes on the Bell helicopter, our assets.
I don't know which divers are in there today. Sure appreciate all their help.
Bird's eye view.
I know we've had Doc Jansen. You talked about a back injury. So if you need any back work done, Doc Jansen is the guy to go to. He's helped a lot of the racers out. And he makes it to as many of these races as he can. Donates his time as our med boat. He and
Here
his,
we go,
his daughter
folks.
both.
Here we go. We're getting cranked up.
We got a yellow flag. They're bringing them up on plane right down the beach, folks.
Here we go. Mod V start. The Power Play Pace Boat is en route.
Sunprint has the lane choice on the inside with Relentless on the outside. Brian Norman bringing them down with
green
that
flag
green
racing.
flag.
Here we go. Sunprint on the inside. Watching them practice yesterday. Excellent
Rooster
start.
tails up. Boat's checking out.
Excellent start as Relentless and Sunprint are neck and neck, bow eye to bow eye.
I'm impressed. Relentless really giving them a fit.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at that.
gonna be an excellent race to watch.
Yeah, it will. Coming around the north end of the course, we have the big Navy boat bringing the Class 4s down in front of us. I still see they're all lined up. Looks like we got a good start.
They got to hold their lane.
Yellow.
And here's Woody racing
Yellow.
in Class 3 too, if you noticed, because they didn't make that other start, so now they're racing in Class 4.
I can't see the flag
Yellow
yet.
flag still, yellow flag still, yellow flag still, yellow flag still. Still up, still up. Green flag, here we go, boys. Even
Predator
start.
has the inside edge. Wow, look at that rocket ship with Team Woody.
It's too close to call.
Don't break out. Don't break out.
Saris walked Predator, and they have about half a boat length on Predator.
Did you hear those RPMs come back down?
Yeah.
That's what 85 miles an hour looks like.
Yeah,
You
and
hear 'em?
they're using their trim. They're playing with trim in order to get some RPM out of it. Let's see who goes around turn 1. That's going to be Harry, because they're flying.
I'd stay on that first turn there in Class 4.
My boy Johnny, he's got to be puckered a little bit because Predators are in lane 1.
They lay that big Apache on its side,
Yep.
going around the corner. They're still in first place.
Predators in first, Saris is in second, and that Phantom
Cape
34 is in third.
Then Levycraft, and then the Bandit.
And let's look at Mod V.
Great race shaping up here. Miklos is out to the lead by about 10 boat lengths with Relentless.
Yep. And they're, wow, what a leap by Relentless. Man, that was seconds long.
So there is a couple holes out there, huh?
That was a big hole, and maybe they forgot to fill their ballast tank, but boy, that bow shot right up to the heavens.
Oh!
It's getting rougher as the day goes on.
Oh, they may have slowed there.
And
Big splash there.
Sunprint also.
Yeah, they're coming down off plane.
Relentless is off the pace, it's off plane. Shucks.
He stuffed it.
Yeah, that was a stuff. Darn. And when you stuff a boat, you're going
Catches
from
up.
close to 100 to 0 or close to 0. That is tough. And here we are, race leader Predator with Saris right on their propeller blades. Boy, those boats look beautiful. They might be able to get them. They have acceleration.
You can hear Predator from here.
Sarah,
You're on the back stretch and you
both
can
of
hear
them.
that
Yeah,
thing.
well, it's Y pipes, and they look like sewer pipes because they look like they're 14 inches wide.
2-in-1 exhaust. It does have a distinct sound to it.
It sounds like a Lamborghini. So Saris is really trying. You can see they're going in and out of the wake, and you can see. Look at that picture. It's a big boat and a little boat. So
Yep.
tell me that's not Isaiah and Goliath, or whoever it is. Josephine.
Samson and Goliath.
It's the Fallopians and Goliath. They're Phoenicians. Boy, I'm such an awful Catholic. Here we go, turn 6 and 7. Yeah, it sounds like a Lambo.
It does.
They're just gonna put it on cruise control. But see how they're running wet, the bow's down? Watch.
Oh, yeah.
And they're gonna start trimming it up a little bit.
Saris is trying to go to the outside.
They're trying, but I think it's
They're carrying their speed through the corners.
it's almost over as soon as it began. And that's a beautiful boat.
Wow, that's beautiful. Look at that.
85 in that boat is much. So, look at them. 85 in Predator is a lot different than 85 in a 33-foot Cobra.
Oh, definitely. So, but the smaller boats are more nimble. You would think that they'd be able to turn these corners better than the 41 Apache.
You would think. But when Mr. Sasenti designed the 41, he had everything in mind.
I can't see that end of the course right now.
The boat could get around the course. I mean, but the thing is, Saris will be right there if they have a lapse, or if they bobble a little bit.
Yep.
So
they will pounce.
It's a shame, Mod V. So now we're on lap 2. So as we go to lap 2.
Brothers Racing in that canopied Bandit.
Relentless still out in the middle of the course. Darn. You hate to see that for a championship weekend. As we're watching the race between Predator and Saris, they're trying everything they can. Again, no quitters. They're trying to figure out how to use the course to their advantage as they go through that dog leg.
Let's watch that. See
the center of the bow tie.
They're catching Saris, I think.
I think
making up a little bit of ground.
A little bit, but it's pretty equal. And that's a good race, too.
We got yellow or orange smoke out there on the back stretch with the Relentless boat that's stuffed.
They just have to be careful. So it's not a stoppage. They just have to watch and keep their head on the swivel like it's not already there. Like, you know, their heads are... Look at that leap by Saris. That boat runs so clean. And they're wrung out trying to catch them, trying to run them down.
They have so much time in that boat. A lot of experience there.
It is a ride of a lifetime if you're a Ryan Stallman. It is a wonderful ride.
Yeah.
Here comes Suncoast.
Leader of Mod V.
As we see Predator exiting turn 6 and 7. And now we see the course, the line of that Phantom and the Cobra. They're really trying to use the course to their advantage.
Saris needs to get out of the wash. They need to get to the inside if they're going to make any ground on the Predator.
It flattens it out a little bit.
That. They're getting into the clean water on the inside.
So Johnny is seasoned. Johnny knows what the HE's doing.
Right.
And so the reason why he's in that wash is it's not turbulent there. If they get closer, then it becomes turbulent. But that big 41 is flattening the water out for them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So,
Lavycraft.
As we see the
Team Woody coming
Lavycraft
past us.
coming down.
Another beautiful boat. Love the canopy on that.
It's a well-built boat. It is very hard to be in the boat business. It is extremely difficult. I don't know anybody that would want to do that. Yes. Right.
Dog leg here on the back side of the course.
As we're watching Suncoast go in the center of the bow tie, the little knot. And you can see Predators just extending their lead just ever so slightly. but anything can happen. Prop blade, steering, you just have to be careful.
Break out.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good on the sticks.
Relentless is under tow in the back side of this course.
Here comes, you could hear it through our sound system of Bandits going past us as we're watching Predator take a beautiful leap, and there's holes out back. Now watch. So Saris is going to fall into that hole, the same hole that Predator leaped through. Saris is going to hit, as well as that 34-foot Phantom. There it is.
So, just going by, you could hear it in the background there. That's the Brothers Racing. They were actually a Class 3 boat, and I think they put them in here with this race with Class 4. They were running unopposed because the other Woody boat scratched, so they put them in here with the start on the Class 4.
Right. That is a beautiful photo of the Phantom and the Phantom.
Cape Hayes Marine.
Yep, and the Bell Ranger. I mean, those Saris Power, you could see they're really trying to. Johnny's up on that wheel.
Oh yeah,
I guarantee it.
And Jason's on the sticks.
Here comes Predator into 6 and 7.
Sunprint just coming around the corner there.
And you can hear
Mick Lowson's Furman. They're not backing off at all.
No.
It's a beautiful setup on that extreme.
Running perfect. And the water's perfect for them too.
Predator's coming past
a
here.
little wet, but they're slowing the boat down. That boat He's gaining on them.
Yeah, he is. Both of those teams would like to see a little bit more bump out here though today.
Beautiful leap by that Phantom. Boat's running very clean. That's a comfortable riding boat. They're gaining on him. That Saris Power is gaining on Predator. And you have to understand, Predator, that boat wants to go way faster than 85 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
And they have to hold it. It's like holding back a lion.
Going back out here to the backside of the race course, we have the dog leg. That looks like Brothers Racing coming straight at you. Running unopposed in Class 3. Well, that thing sounds mean when it goes past our booth. Good attitude on that boat. Hitting a couple flyers on the backside. The breeze feels like it's picked up a little bit. Hear the crowd cheering for Levycraft as they come past. VIP area here. Englewood Beach 2022 World Championships. Such a unique course here with the dog leg. I love that they put that in here. There on the backside, you're seeing Suncoast go around that pin on the backside. Steve Miklos and Stephen Furman having a great run today. Suncoast is running. Now that, we got Cape Hayes Marine looks like they're pulling to the inside of the course, I see on the backside. But with Relentless out, Miklos is running unopposed now. Can we do that as a back towards the dog leg? We got Cape Hayes Marine coming down off plane. The 34-foot Phantom. They must have had a motor go away or something. So that'll leave the race just for Team Predator and the Saris boys for Class 4. In the background, you can hear the Class 3 boat of Brothers Racing going past us. Check that out, the chopper's right on the heels of Team Predator as they come around the north side of the course. Coming right past everybody here on the beach. Team Predator's from just south of here. More around the Fort Myers area. They have a lot of friends and family here, though. Christian's trying to count out the separation here.
11 seconds. In 4 laps. They have 4 laps remaining. Could they catch it 11 seconds in 4 laps? Look, we all want to race. We want to see some action. Do we want to see that? Yeah, I want to see a boat. I want to see a boat get past. Absolutely.
Pretty smooth out there. Miklos is running a great race. That's a great setup on that. That extreme, they've had a lot of time in that boat, and this is somewhat of a home race for them. They're from just north of here, around the Newport Richey area. Another Florida team. We got the Levy Craft, Team
As
Woody.
we focus in on the Levy Craft running beautifully, going into 6 and 7.
Billy Shipley and Chad Woody.
And the crowds here on Englewood Beach have not subsided, have not dwindled. The enthusiasm is as strong as it was earlier. It still remains.
I think the crowd's getting bigger.
It is. It is.
Listen to them.
Yeah.
Billy Shipley and Chad Woody. Team Woody. Levy Craft. Beautiful boat.
You can see it's burning off fuel. See how it's running a little light?
Yep.
Whoa, see?
Having to throttle
There's
it.
that hole.
There's been a hole there all day, folks.
All day. It's amazing that the ocean bottom can really tell you something. Why is that boat flying? Yeah, they extended the lead.
Have they? Pulled away from them a little bit? Predator pulling out to a commanding lead, or I can't see it from here. You tell me. That's a beautiful shot, though. Look at Team Predator there with the sun behind it.
Did we see a position change?
Well, Cape Hayes had to pull off to the inside.
No, between Saris, is that Bandit?
Well, yeah, they're.
Are you sure? Because
Yeah. That's not.
Okay.
Close. That's Bandit.
No.
Brothers Racing.
Yeah.
This is Miklos here.
Got you.
The race we have today, right now, is for first and second in Class 4. Team Predator putting on a showing today. You don't hear the RPMs change going around the corner. You hear that? They just lay it in there and go.
Mm-hmm. And you could hear it over rev, and then the props bring it back down.
Right. How fast do you think that boat is if they weren't restricted by speed?
I'd hate to be the crash boxes on if they're running crash boxes. It's
95.
probably no more than that. And they're the same. So it's the same distance. Okay, so it was the Bandit boat. I think it's probably a 100 to 105 mile an hour boat with the steam that's in it. Maybe. It could be a little bit more.
Monster power.
It is.
What's it weigh?
It is. I think that's one of the lighter Apaches. I remember it being without big steam. I got 900 horsepower injected motors without blowers. It was around 11,000 pounds. I know there are some 41 Apaches that are lighter, but it takes a lot of power to move that boat.
That's a lot of weight.
It's a straight V. It's not stepped. It's not aerated, so you're not incorporating. So I don't know if we discussed that today, but there are many stepped boats. There are many ventilated bottoms on the race course. And when you introduce air into the bottom, it reduces the drag and wetted surface. So Predator is an unventilated boat, which means it takes a lot more horsepower, right, to get that boat across the waves. So it's going to need that horsepower to make it perform The Cobra is the same, so it's unventilated. But if we look at,
How they can corner though, with a straight bottom boat.
right, it's a little bit more consistently safe. You could turn that boat faster, theoretically, than
Most
like,
step bottom
so
boats.
this Levy craft is twin stepped. That's passing us right now. And we're gonna go back to the dog leg, but you can see it's a straight bottom boat. The Phantom, I believe, is aerated and it's vented.
Looks like Miklos is pulled to the inside. Miklos either called it a day, may have had something happen. He's still under zone power, but with Relentless going out, was that on the end of the first lap or just at the beginning of the second lap? Or first or second lap?
Yeah,
But,
it was early. It was early.
Miklos put another 3 or 4 laps on him, so
There's no need. There's no need to prolong
Right.
the inevitable,
right, save the boat, save the motor.
and that's where strategy comes in. You know, they don't need to run up the scoreboard. You know,
No,
and you can hear Predator from a million miles away.
yeah, you can. Just coming around the north end of the course.
As we focus on Predator and the Cobra, Saris Racing. Both wonderful teams. I mean, they treat each other like, we all treat each other like family.
Such a distinct look.
Yeah, same split times, 10 seconds.
By our calculation, that's Class 4 will have 3 more laps to go.
As Sunprint,
That's
Suncoast?
he pulled to the inside.
Yeah, and they had 5 laps to go, but they were running
Basically
at that point unopposed.
Right. Now attrition comes into play. We'll have to see how this shapes up. We've got one more race after this, folks. Don't go anywhere. Going to have a great race for you. Last race of the day. Here comes Brothers Racing. The Canopy Bandit boat, and it's a twin step bottom. I believe that was originally built for Super V Light.
And it's interesting that some boats were built purposely and then they found their way in other classes.
Yep.
And that's because of the racers or the boats or whatever. But OPA was able to find a home for them. And I think that's what's so
Inviting.
fun and energizing about the OPA is that folks that are so enthusiastic, so I'm an enthusiast, yeah, I'm a boat builder, but I'm an enthusiast as well.
Right.
And I want to see racing, I want to see passing, I want to see technology, and I want to see what people have because it's a lot of fun. So that's where OPA is inviting for different things and diverse characteristics of the sport. And I have to commend them. It's so much fun to see.
Right.
And you know, we're also racing in other aspects all over because we have it's kind of a lull in the action right now. Yeah, we're looking at these boats and they're great, but nothing has changed in the past 15 minutes.
No.
So there's OPA is sponsoring Jersey Shore Boat Racing, which is speed skiffs and speed garbies, and that's crazy. These guys are phenomenal, and the OPA is a part of that as well. So it's a grassroots organization that really promotes grassroots racing.
Yep. Run what you brung. You bring your boat to the race, and they'll figure out a class to put you in. They love to get everybody started.
These folks, meaning Saris, which we have our eyes on now, Saris and Predator, they're their own checkbook. They don't have someone, whoa, that was a pretty leap. That was a pretty leap by the Apache. If you saw it, did you see it turning in midair?
I did.
That was incredible, and that's what that boat was made for.
And it
Now
didn't
let's see
slow at all.
if there it is. There's a hole down in turn 7 too. Did you see
Yep.
Saris fill it
Yep.
too?
So let's listen here and see if there's still a hole here.
Yep. You'll see it. There it is. Did you see it? You can see the bullets on the drive. Watch, you'll see the bullets on the drive. It'll go down and then up. Watch. Right about here, right now.
Yep.
It's that little leap.
A little bit of a trough there.
Yep. So Saris and Predator, they're their own checkbook. So that boat goes, those two boats go to most all races. They're funding themselves.
Oh, definitely. Everybody has a day job. Nobody's making a killing at this.
Right.
They're doing it for the love of the sport.
They hate money. Everybody out here destroys money on the daily. If I were smart, I wouldn't be a boat builder. Boat building, you don't make money. You just put smiles on people's faces.
Yeah, yeah. So it's an addiction that we all have, we
awful.
all share.
It's
It
awful.
is.
It's an addiction, and there's no cure for boat racing besides just wasting and blowing, just lighting money on fire.
Yeah. Don't let the accountants hear that. So Predator there is on the south end of the course. Saris is still trailing just right behind him. We've got about a 10-second separation between the two?
Yeah, the split is around 10 to 11 seconds. And I could see Johnny in the cockpit with his sideways, like, what the bleep, 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 bleep. And they're trying to ring it out. There we go. Now see the rooster tail? See the rooster tail way up? Then it went down, see that? They're just playing around.
Trying to get the RPM out of it.
Yep. I learned from someone very special to me, and they said rooster tails used to be awesome, but it's a lot of wasted energy. So you gotta keep the tail nice and tight and low to the water line. Push all that power to the water, because once it goes into the air, it's wasted energy. There's no resistance against it, so you're not moving the boat forward. See the difference between this rooster tail and the Bandit before?
Yeah.
See how it's nice and tight? It's like a diver. When a diver jumps off a diving board and there's a big splash versus
No splash at all?
Right.
It's more efficient going in and out of the water.
Right.
I get it.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you do. It's wonderful having you here in the booth with us today. So, got any other things in the mold right now? What are you working on?
Yes. We have about 421s to build, which if everybody knows me, they know that I take my time. We're very enthusiastic about the clients we have. Whoa, did you see that leap by Predator? Man, you could see the bullets on those drives. Winding it out. 2 laps to go. They bumped up, so the split is they reduced the split by 3 seconds.
They're narrowing the gap?
Yeah, though they're at 7 seconds. It was 10. That's the split. So either they're breaking out or not.
So here we have Miklos going to the start-finish boat, getting his flag for the day. They had a great race with Relentless until Relentless had that incident on the back stretch. Looked like they stuffed the boat.
That was a shame because there are holes in the back stretch of the race. It's rough.
Yeah.
And it grabbed them because it's very easy to lose control of the bow. So we have a few boats that we're building. Very enthusiastic about the clients that we have, building some unique 21 builds. We're playing around with the 26.
Are they going to be race boats?
Some are, some aren't. Of the 4, one's going to hopefully be a race boat. I think we convinced one of the clients. And we have a few 18s to manufacture as well.
So goofing around, what size is that?
That's a 21.
Okay. The great shot looking straight at Predator, and Sarah's coming right at you. Yeah, there's some holes. They're bumping around a little bit back there on the backstretch.
Yep. But it's again, this is how racing should be. 2 classes out on the race course at a time.
Yep.
Very simple. It's great for the assets to be able to view everything. There's not a lot of chaos.
Yeah, they're not
You can see what's going on,
overstretched.
right?
Correct.
Nobody's overtaking anybody in a bad, chaotic way. Nice leap by Predator there.
A couple of them back there. So, what was the separation there?
It was at 7 seconds.
It's about the 7 still. Team Predator coming around the north end of the course. Let's watch them as they go around that northern pin. That's where they took that awesome hop earlier.
And there's a hole there. So now 6 to 7. Whoop, there it is. There's another one. So every time that boat's out of the water, it's slowing down.
And Saris is not leaving the water.
So they're going to go a little bit tight. And here's the checkered flag for Predator. And they're waving.
Congratulations. Team Predator takes the win in Class 4 today. Saris boys right behind them. Ended up finishing about, what, 4 or 5 seconds right behind them.
7.
It was 7.
Yep.
So the levee craft is still out there. They're going to complete their lap. They're on the south end of the course right now. We had the brothers racing over here in Class 3, and they're all playing to the inside of the field. So the levee craft is the last one out there finishing up the race today in Class 4.
I'll hit somebody.
With Chad Woody and Billy Shipley. So in the next race we have coming up, the 5th and final race of the day, we have the Unlimited boat, Supercat, V Extreme, and then Factory Stock and Super Stock.
Tell me.
Unlimited, we have JBS Racing with 16 Power, Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe in the MTI. Super Cat, we have the Justice League with Bobby Adams and Richie Davis in the Skater. Then Factory Stock, we've got the MTI with Taylor Sism and Johnny Tomlinson. And then we have F32 Bad Habits with Willie Casba and Gary Blue. Gary Blue has been around this sport for a long time. And then we have Gladiator, which is another beautiful MTI with Irvin Grant and Michael. Then Superstock, we only have 2 Superstocks with us today, but we have Team Bermuda with David and Steven and Doug Wright. Then Coco's Monkey and another Doug Wright with the Bangino boys, AJ and Pete Bangino. Predators putting on a show for everybody.
Don't blow it up. You got another day of racing, boys.
Wow, listen to that. 2-in-1 exhaust sounds so cool. Hey, here comes your swimmer.
Where is he?
Right here, about ready to come up the steps.
His
Got to get an interview with that guy.
His cooler's probably empty.
Clap up here. Great job, Team Predator. Great showing today. It doesn't get any cooler than that, guys.
Oh my. Oh boy. As we get the flag on our Mod V.
Sunprint, Steve Miklos, Stephen Furman.
And they've been in this sport forever too.
Yes. Speed Racer number 51 there on the side. Waving to everybody as they go by. Oh, putting on a little show. I don't see the boats for the 5th race out here on the south end of the course yet. Team Woody there in the levee craft, a great shot there with the sun in the background. Such a sleek looking boat, West Coast boat there with the levee craft. DCB Mean Streak, that's another West Coast boat we have here today. Not too many from the West Coast here though. I think that'd be the only two. Billy Shipley and Chad Woody saying thank you to all the fans as they go past the beach here, the VIP tents. Like Christian was saying, we have got a great crowd here today. I can see it all the way up here to the north end of the course. Tons of people here on the beach, all the way down to the south end of the course. It gets into private property down there pretty close, but I can still see people all the way down the beach. So we got one more race for you today, guys. This is going to be the big boys. This is where you're going to see the speeds today. Christian, you get some updates there?
I don't know. I'm trying to see and stay on social media, but sometimes I don't know. You try to keep everybody updated about the racing. How many laps are left?
So in race number 5, Unlimited has 13 laps.
Oh boy, that's a lot of tape here.
Yeah. Well, Super Cat also has 13 laps.
So far, I think we're doing okay on the lap counting.
We did pretty good here on this last one. Didn't nail it like we had.
John Cohen, what do you got in your hand? Oh, goodness gracious.
We nailed it on the first couple of races, but this last one we missed it by one.
John
so
Cohen.
hard to keep track of all these lap counts as
John
they go
Cohen
by.
shouting at the top of his lungs.
Too bad that he couldn't be out on the course today.
He tried.
Broke the boat.
You guys aren't doing a lot of talking, you know.
The peanut gallery's down there giving me a hard time.
You're doing a great job.
Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody being out here today and supporting us. Yep. Hey, I like the Chiefs hat there.
I know.
Chiefs are playing tomorrow. That's right. Friends from back home. Don't see too many Kansans down here.
You have friends? I have no friends.
What?
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
yeah.
5, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm teasing.
I don't know. We're going to try to get a heads up on how long it's going to be before the next race. Let me see if we can get a little bit of an update for you folks. We'll be right back to you. Hang on just a second. How much time between the
just right through the shirt or what?
Or you can hold it. All right, everybody, we're getting ready for race number 5 coming up. We're going to have the big boats out here on the course with us, and we've got a little bit of a special guest with us here today, and we've got Michael from the Rum Rudder team. Hey, Michael, appreciate you coming up here and talking to me. You want to give me a heads up of what happened there in your class today?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, we had a pretty good start on the race. Coming around, we pulled lane 7, so we were almost on the outside there. And first turn, first lap in turn 5, it was a tight battle. You know, boat. One of the other competitors took a flyer, came down in the side of us, and you know, I hope the speedy recovery on him. There, one guy's a little banged up. Damon Jr. seems to be okay. He's in the pits, but
yeah, he swam back to the boat to get back inside of it. Huh?
That's what I heard. And they, I mean, like I said, they're racing hard. I know they just won down in Key West. I'm sure they want to come here and prove it to us, and I hope they're okay. You know, but it was okay. Got a restart after that, and ended up second off the restart. Got a good jump, and just ran moderation pretty much deck to deck for 6 or so laps. And last lap we started running out of fuel on the backstretch.
Oh, really?
So yeah, little mileage miscalculation, I think, and there wasn't a big threat behind us. Wanted to at least finish, so managed to come across start finish. Made about a mile and a half down before it fully ran out.
That red flag really, you know, messes up everybody's calculations on the fuel.
Yeah, we try not to cut it that close, if I'm being honest with you. In-skater going by, can't deny that sound. But I try not to cut it that close, but here you have a little bit of a coming out. You know, you got to go through Stump Pass. That's a couple miles down. You have to wait a little bit in the beginning for the start. So we put an extra 15 in it, and just wasn't enough, I suppose.
So the race between you and moderation.
Yep.
What's going on? You're using up the whole course to try to run them down. So what are you doing? Because the boats are so similar. They're so dialed. What are you guys doing in order to try to make up that distance? Because we're watching the split. You're doing everything that you possibly can. What are you doing?
We're looking for the one mistake. You get every team makes. If
Everybody
you're good,
does.
everyone makes one mistake a race.
Right.
I don't care if it's a perfect race on earth, you're making one mistake. So we're running them close, and they made a slight error at turn 3. Turn 3 is kind of deceiving. So from turn 3 to the dog leg here, you're not a 90, you're not a 120, you're like a 140 degree. So it's almost so far out there that it's a one-pin 180 almost.
Okay.
You know, it's like an old tunnel boat kind of racing.
Yeah.
And what they did, he didn't quite turn sharp enough, and he was on a trajectory to miss the dog leg. So he had to go probably 250, 300 feet back to lane 1 or 2, and that's where we happened to catch up on him. And then all that was good, made the turn up dog leg, and they had a good head of steam coming down to turn 5 or 4, and we turned there, we're pretty even. We came down the bottom turn, they just kind of squeezed us out a little, and that, yeah, we just was trying to play makeup from that. That was the one mistake. Had they not had a good run coming down the turn 5, it would have, it might have been a little different.
So if you didn't get that side swipe, that would have been a deck-to-deck race.
Yeah, I would say that.
It affected your performance?
I mean, I feel I would have had, if I'm being honest, I would have had the advantage only because I would have had the inside. And everyone knows once I have the inside, I'm not letting it up. If you're going to pass me, you got to go around the outside. That's bracket racing 101.
Do you think that hop and trip could have been avoided? Because there's a, it sound I got here late. Was there a hole back there that is unavoidable?
The whole backside's a hole, the whole way down, and there's a big roller right at that turn 5 turn buoy boat. We hit it every lap, 7 laps in a row. Look, you get a good start. You're out front. There's 8 boats. There's all the heavy hitters here. To say, yeah, you know how you're going to not avoid that? You're going to let off. Yeah, tell any racer. How you avoid it's by going slow. And 10 times out of 10, you're going to have a wreck. I mean, that's racing. That's the nature of racing. I just really hope they're okay. I mean, boats can be fixed and all that stuff. I mean, I hope they're okay. That's all.
Great racing. I appreciate that heads up on the water. You said back on the back stretch, and out there there's some holes.
It's deceiving. It's if anyone that's raced would know this, it is Sarasota. Backside, rough as can be. You get on the front side, it's a little more protected. You can run your number. I mean, we were hitting the number on the backstretch, but not consistently. I mean, we were hitting it. We were hitting it. We were going 70, but we saw a lot of 68s.
Yeah.
The front stretch was 69.5 to 70. So
Really?
that's just what it was. It's kind of a follow and see heading down the beach. Makes it a lot easier in a 26-foot boat.
Definitely. Well, awesome. I appreciate you coming in here and
no,
talking to
thanks
us for
for
a little
having me.
bit. Yeah, and giving us a little bit of the inside edge. You are going to be good to go for next
We're
next race tomorrow?
Yep, we're going to be good to go for tomorrow. Put some Band-Aids on it, maybe some 610, glue some things back together, but should be good.
Awesome. Well, man, I really appreciate you coming by, and good luck tomorrow, and best of luck for the team that's back
Team
in the
600
hospital.
Powerhouse. Yep.
Yep.
Wish them guys the best. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Just be careful getting down that scaffolding.
Good luck. Not very agile.
We need you alive.
I don't know. Some other teams would
You want
question that.
to? You want us to lower it down?
No one pushes me.
Hold it. You want me to go get the crane?
Michael, that's awesome that we had him stop by here, Unsalted No Sharks, giving us a little bit of the insider knowledge of what happened today in their incident. They ended up finishing second today, even after the collision with Powerhouse. So appreciate him stopping by the booth here. So Christian is back here, up here with me, and we're looking for the last and final race of the day, number 5 for the day. And we look like we're going to have 8 boats is what we're predicted to have in this race.
Yes, sir. So we have factory stock and super stock, and then we have unlimited
Supercat and V
and
Extreme.
V Extreme.
So in the unlimited, we're going to have the 16 power of JBS Motorsports with Michael Stancombe and Jeff Stevenson. And so that's actually a V16 power plant that they have in those boats, or in that boat. They have 2 V16s in it. Then we have the Supercat, which is the Justice League. That's going to be an awesome boat. You know, that boat has raced under a couple different banners over the years, but it's a fast boat. It really is. With Bobby Adams and Richie Davis, beautiful skater. Then what we're going to have is the V Extreme of Knucklehead Racing with Evil Ed Smith out of Michigan and Anthony Smith, his adopted son, in the Fountain V Extreme. So, you know, they're going to try to give the Supercat a run for their money, and also JBS with the unlimited boat. So we'll see. You know, Evil Ed, he sets that boat up to finish every time. So he may not have the top end speed that these cats do, but he is always a dependable racer. And then, of course, we're going to have the factory stocks. We got 3 MTIs out here today, and that's going to be interesting to see with the 450s on them. And then we got the 2 super stocks, Team Bermuda and Coco's Monkey, that is going to be battling it out there. We're going to have those 2 Doug Wrights, and then we have 3 MTIs in the factory stock.
So these are really shaping up to be awesome races, and I love the aspect of Taylor Sism running her father's brand, right? So we have Taylor in the 450, great reliable Merc power. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's wonderful to have her into our sport here, and showing the ladies that they can jump into a boat and come racing with us too.
And that's exactly what we were discussing earlier in the pits this morning after the drivers meeting. Was, so I have 3 girls, and they're smart, confident. We need more women in this sport. I don't want to hear this stuff about Betty Cook. She's amazing. She was a pioneer. We need more women in this sport. And I asked her, was there a push toward racing? She said, absolutely not. I wanted to go. And so she was so hungry to race, and this class is perfect for her father's boat.
Yeah.
And the 450 power was a great marriage for the boat and the propulsion system to run it and get involved in racing. So yeah, she does deliveries on the V's and does deliveries on the big boats, and she's very involved in the family business. And there wasn't a push one way or the other. They both were hungry. And that is great to see.
We've got another swimmer out there. They're whistling, trying to get him back in here to the shore. Yeah, Taylor, you know, she runs the marketing side of that too, I believe.
Right.
And what a great marketing opportunity to have the race boats out here. And they've jumped in with both feet, and they're doing just a wonderful job.
So it's really amazing to see the manufacturers involved in offshore racing. And we're seeing a resurgence in that. So yeah, I'm building a Class 7 boat, and I know where I lie on the totem pole, right? But we're seeing bigger boats coming out and joining the competition. And their being here is like it used to be, how I remembered it. And that says something to the buying public.
Yeah.
That you're sure of your product.
Yeah,
When
definitely.
you put gorillas like my guys, the Lauer brothers, Joseph and Matt, inside a Class 7 boat in 5 and 6 footers. Now, we didn't see that today, but it could get rough, especially on a calm day today. You could see them taking flyers. So it's wonderful to see the manufacturers and their children taking part. So not only is she a competitor, but she's a pacemaker. She's setting the trend for other family businesses to strut their stuff, and that is incredible.
So is that kind of like the old adage, you race on Sunday and win on Sunday and sell on Monday? I mean, to an effect.
I think it is.
Yeah, that's awesome. And they're proving their equipment right here in front of everybody. And you can, even with your boats, everybody sees how controllable that boat is, and they're like, hey, you know, I'm going to reach out to Christian and see about one of them battle wagon boats.
Well, I appreciate it, and that's wonderful. But it's also, it gives us something to strive for, right? So, like, we have a family business with battle wagon. It's great, and watching the MTIs, you constantly want to strive for better. I want to constantly strive for a better product and advanced technology and use the best materials. They do as well. Vacuum bagging, infusion, different types of fiberglass material. You know, and then when they come here and you see what they use to bring the haulers, the trailers, because there's so much engineering involved in every aspect of this. It takes a team, it takes a family, and it's awesome to be a part of. It's tickling me to you see it at all levels of the sport financially.
Oh, yeah.
You see people that worked so hard to take off of work, to travel across the country, to finish, and then you see folks with great budgets, and they're coming here in haulers, and it's gorgeous, and they're all under one roof,
Yeah.
all under the OP
All
umbrella.
one family. You're exactly right.
And that's what elicits the passion from me. So I'm just awestruck by the folks that are here, especially during this devastation.
Yes.
And they get to see what we enjoy. They're a part of it. They get to sit in a boat and they can talk to, who knows, any of these amazing spectators that it's a 13-year-old girl or a 5-year-old girl or my daughters.
Yeah.
And they see Taylor walking through the pits, putting her helmet on. You could do anything you set your mind to. All you need is a little push and the motivation and drive. I didn't know about race boats when I grew up. I sailed. I'm very grateful for my family, but I knew nothing about this.
Yeah. Well, it is an awesome family sport. Whether, like he's saying, whether it's in the Class 7s or whether it's all the way up here into the Super Cats and factory stocks like what we're seeing here today. You know, I know that the Sism family, they just raced last weekend, and then they won the World Championship last weekend in that division, and then they went to Disney World. So here we go on the 5th and final race of the day. We got the pace boat going to bring him past for the pace lap. These are going to be roaring past us here shortly. Boy, these are the big rooster tails.
This is what shakes the beach, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Power
Everybody
play, red
down there on the
flag.
beach is on their feet.
Here's the parade lap. Got to hold on to that flag. Team Knucklehead. Now they're going quick. JBS.
They're just getting a feel for the course. They cannot at any time go past the pace boat. As they said in the driver's meeting, the pace boat sets the pace. Do not go past the pace boat.
as we get eyes on the super stock class, factory stock class.
Yeah, we do. We got them coming down here right in front of us, right behind the Navy boat. Talked to the gentleman from the Navy that
What a
came
ride.
into the booth earlier today.
Parade lap. Just chugging along for that parade lap.
They have listed the Gladiator boat as an MTI, but that is a new dug right. So you have one dug right and 2 MTIs in that 450 class.
Yes, sir.
And Coco's Monkey. And then you have here at the back here going around the pace lap is Team Bermuda. Now that was a race boat that was quite successful, and actually Sean Torrente used that boat or leased that boat when his boat had a little bit of an incident earlier this year, and he raced it for I believe it was 2 races or maybe 3. But of course Casey and Rob were very successful in that boat with the CR Racing team out of Lake of the Ozarks. And they just bought a Super Cat and are going Super Cat racing. Had a great finish down in Key West. They had pulled the big power out of it and went with the Super Cat motors and had a great showing down there. I believe they ended up 3rd down there. We got the drone here. Wave to the camera, Christian. Got the drone buzzing us here on the scaffolding. Awesome. The technology with the drones is just amazing what they can do. Even in the wind, they're out there on top of these boats, bringing you amazing footage. Got to give a shout out to Nick Smith. You know, he's a great drone pilot, and he's got a little bit of a bad hand right now. Got one hand in the cast, but he's doing a great job flying those drones for us. So these bigger boats shouldn't have a problem with that little bit of a holes out on the backstretch or the little bit of bump out there on the backstretch.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure, and I apologize for interrupting, but if they're getting cranked up and they hit a hole and they're trimmed, not so sure yet. I'm sure everybody in the pits, I'm sure everyone in the pits that's hauling out and coming in, they're like, hey, guys, watch that hole, because everybody talks.
Right.
You know, well, how'd you do on the quiz? What's the question? What's going on? They're going to say, watch that for the holes, but if they're not trimmed and their ballast isn't right, they could take a flyer.
It just depends on how big that hole is. If it's a hole that they can span with these bigger boats, it shouldn't affect them as much. But if it's a bigger hole, you're right, they're going to drop down in that trough and then go skyward.
That
launch.
is an excellent point, that the length will span. It's also an interesting point to put the geometry in, and if you're doing 120, 130, 100, 105, or 115, that could, now they're going to feel it. If they're running, so they're behind that Navy boat and they're doing about 50, 60 miles an hour, they might not feel it when they're doing 100.
Yeah.
And that turn back there, that turn 3, just like Mike McColgan said, that's a 180, almost.
Yeah.
So now
Darn near.
you're doing a sharp right-hand turn, and you have to set yourself up for that bow tie knot. That's going to be tough.
It is.
So
And
you
he's-
got to be up on that wheel. Make sure that you have skeg and propeller blade in that boat. So you got to trim the X dimension and the tilt properly.
And so Michael was also sharing with us out here at turn 5 about where they're at right now on the pace lap, is that there was a roller out there that they hit every time, he said.
Yep.
It hit them every time. And that's where Powerhouse had their incident.
Yep. And that's that's a lot of what the parade lap is for, but it's also for the fans. You know, to see they're going nice and easy, but then you have every other lap for the fans. So you're just trying to get a lay of the land.
Yep. Here we got down below us, we got Team Predator in the house. Guys are back over here enjoying the final race of the day. So the pace boats will take them up on the north end of the course, get them into their milling circles, and get them all grouped up, and we'll be starting here soon. We'll probably be racing here within the next 5 minutes. Chopper's already out there. All of our safety assets are on the course, and we're ready to go racing here very soon, folks. Stay with us.
All of our racing sites on the OPA circuit are wonderful. And this Gulf of Mexico backdrop
Beautiful,
at
isn't it?
4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's just another addition to great sites. Englewood, we thank you for being here. We appreciate you allowing us to bring our family environment, our racers, our circus to your shores. And we hope that you get restored quickly. It looks like you are, but you live and you're among paradise. So thank you so much.
Yep. You know, speaking of that, Unsalted No Sharks has the Atlantic High on the side of their boat, and they were their sponsor that had jumped on board for Fort Myers, and sustained a lot of damage down there. But they still wanted to honor that sponsorship and have them here and show their support for them. And I know a lot of the teams are supporting the race sites from down at Fort Myers and the different site sponsors. And yes, definitely, the racers are behind them. Okay.
Here we go.
I can hear them
Getting ready to go green. Everybody's cranking up.
getting up on plane. Gonna come past our vantage point here.
Congratulations.
Great job, guys. Waving down to the Team Predator. Their yellow shirts match the yellow boat. Okay, so in this first start, we're gonna have the Unlimited,
Supercat and V Extreme.
Knuckleheads is on the inside.
Anthony loves to play with these guys. The acceleration of that boat.
Yeah,
Let's
they
see.
do.
Let's check it out.
Yellow still, yellow
Yellow
still.
flag. Watch it go down. Keep your eye. Green flag racing. Now watch. He's going to start dropping the tabs.
Yep. Rooster
It's going to be a drag race. Way to go, Ant. Theoretically, that cat should out-accelerate, but it's not. Anthony has a great experience, especially with kilos, keeping it to the wood and then using the trim. Let's see turn
Here
one.
we're coming around for start 2 of this race. We got the factory stocks and the super stocks. So get them around the corner, get them lined up. The big Navy pace boat. Looks like
Wow!
a good lineup
Anthony
so far.
out-edged JBS by a boat length for V Extreme and the Supercat. Amazing.
Still got yellow in the second start. Still have yellow. Still have yellow. Getting them all lined up.
Beautiful start. Look at this start.
Green, green, green.
Green flag
Rooster
racing.
tails up. They're checking out.
Excellent start.
Beautiful
Excellent
shot.
start.
Team Bermuda on the outside. Look at the acceleration they got.
My fingers are crossed. These boats are fast and light, and I just hope that they understand those holes.
That'll be awesome to see them going into that first corner. I think we ought to stay right on them. The 450 boats are on the inside. Looks like Taylor's in position 2.
Anthony is still out ahead of JBS. It's neck and neck. They are deck to deck. That's incredible.
The two MTIs and 450 are right next to each other, battling it out. Bad Habits and
That is
TS Motorsports.
That is completely incredible that a V-bottom is out of ahead of a cat.
Coming right into the dog leg here. You can see the Super Cat of Justice League, and right behind them is the 450 class, and Super Stocks right behind them. Justice League, that's a great wrap on that boat. Staying on the dog leg back there. Looks like Taylor and Johnny are set up for the inside of this corner.
Whoa, what a leap by JBS. Sorry to yell in your ear, I apologize. But if we have any cameras on JBS and Anthony and Knucklehead, that boat is
Scissors
wound
out in
out.
the lead for 450 class.
Woo-hoo!
By a
That's
boat lead.
amazing. I cannot wipe the smile off my face. Those boats are wound out so loudly, so tight, so fast, and Anthony was ahead in the first lap between Knucklehead Racing and JBS.
The Unlimited boat today.
Unreal.
On the north end of the course, we have the 450 class. Oh, Taylor Sism washes down the second place Bad Habits boat. They've got about a boat length and a half on them going into the turn here on the north end of the course. Justin Lee goes around the corner. Taylor and Johnny are just on the outside, pushing Bad Habits out wide. Whoa,
And that was a
Gladiator's
tight
on
turn.
the inside.
That was a tight turn for a cat. That was excellent. Wow.
Taylor says that she's learning so much inside that boat.
All right, way to go. Woo! Excellent racing. Justice League just off the pace.
Yeah, I can hear it popping.
But this shows you why these folks are the excitement and the lead changes are incredible.
Look at this race right here in Superstock. Neck and neck racing right there. Team Bermuda and Coco's Monkey. Coco's Monkey's got the inside lane. Bermuda's trying to go around them on the outside. Now they're going to have to deal with the Super Cat of Justice League kind of being in the way there as they're going into the south turn.
As they're entering the third lap, as well as the Unlimited and V, and it looks like one boat, but it's not. They're still neck and neck.
And down on the south end of the course, we still have Taylor Sissons out in front of Bad Habits by about 4 boat lengths now. On the north end of the course, Knuckleheads is still out in the lead.
They're still in the lead. A rooster tail in front of JBS.
Now, cats are awesome, but I'm
Incredible.
a V-hull guy, and that is awesome.
So that tells you about Anthony. Anthony
And Ed.
And Ed, of course.
Evil Ed.
Of course.
Look at this, coming around that north corner. That is an
They
awesome
are
shot.
neck and neck. And they are tight. That turn was amazing by both drivers.
That is a show. Look, everybody's on their feet.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. JBS got him. In the cockpit of both boats. In the cockpit of both boats, they are doing the trim dance. They're touching those trims like Liberace touches keys. Wasn't a big fan of Liberace, but that's how they're touching the trim switches.
Superstock is going in around in the backstretch, around the dog leg, and Team Bermuda is stretched out a lead here over Coco's Monkey by about 6 boat lengths. It's awesome to, heard something, heard the crowd say something to us.
JBS is out in front of Knucklehead by about a rooster tail. And you know they're burning off fuel, they're getting a little light, they're trying to figure out the trim, they're negotiating those bumps, and JBS is coming into the course. And they're using the trim to gain and reduce speed, trimming it down, trimming it up, figuring out that turn, because that's a 180-degree turn.
JBS has to go wide.
And watch what happens on this turn. Knucklehead is going to catch up to him. Way to go.
Taylor Sissons out in the lead. And I say she's stretching that lead over Bad Habits.
As we enter the 4th lap for the factory stocks and super stocks.
Great showing there for Gladiator, though. You know, that's a pretty new boat to them. I believe they had it delivered to them right before the last race.
And now you see, now you see that boat start to hop a little bit. These boats are getting light on fuel. I apologize. They're getting light on fuel and they start bouncing. Bow to stern, bow to stern.
They're on the backstretch. JBS on the backstretch, leading, stretching out that lead a little bit.
Right, and that's organic. That's what's supposed to happen.
Right.
But what's not supposed to happen is Knucklehead leading for 3 laps.
Yeah, you can hear that pop in that Justice League boat as it goes by. Looks like they have one rooster tail up. Yeah, they got a hurt motor in that boat.
And that could be something as simple as a spark plug wire or a wet MSD box or something. Because when everybody was starting, they could have gotten hosed down. So it could be something really simple, or it might not be.
JBS coming around the corner on the north end of the course. Knucklehead Racing right behind them, about 2 rooster tails back. But they're setting up on the inside, trying to establish their lane.
That boat is running beautifully well.
Jeff Stevenson and Michael Stancombe, JBS Racing. Michael Stancombe came down before the races and has been down here since the hurricane, helping out everyone that he could in the Fort Myers area. And all the racers back home were sending down supplies as much as they could.
As we enter the 4th lap of the Unlimited Super Cat and the Unlimited, wow.
So we've got a race here in the factory stocks. We got Taylor Sism out in front, but the race is actually for 2nd place with Bad Habits and the Gladiator. I think the Gladiators is...
See them start to hop a
Yep.
little bit?
Now watch this corner.
Watch them carry the bow. Watch that bow get carried, and you're going to see some holes right around there.
Yep.
See that?
Yep. Good eye. So MTI has in this factory stock class, they even have a concierge service that you can lease the boat and they'll get it to the race, get everything prepped and in the water for you. You just put on your helmet, get in the boat and go. You can be as involved as you want to, or they'll take care of everything.
Nice turning. These boats are turning very, very well.
That really shows the great bottom design that they have.
The boats are tame. Our head has to be on a swivel because we're looking all over the course.
Definitely.
We have some dolphin on the course as well.
Team Bermuda coming around the north end of the course. Coco's Monkey right behind them.
As Taylor entering the 5th lap.
Team Bermuda has stretched out that lead. They've got about a 5-second lead over Coco's Monkey.
Yep. Oh. What
was that sound? Rev limiter on those?
As we see JBS entering 6, exiting 7. Taking a little bit wide because they're going around Justice League. And then they just let it wind out on the front stretch. Entering lap 6. Boat's running really strong.
Listen to that power. Evil Ed Smith. Now, we call him Evil Ed, but you won't find a nicer guy out here.
He's the nicest guy. He
really is.
He's quintessential definition of family. If you need something, ask, or he might not. You just go to him and say, look.
Factory stock. Look how close the Gladiators pulled up here on the Bad Habits boat.
That boat is running beautifully well.
Of course, in the Gladiator,
we have a battle for 2nd.
He used to race the yachts, fountains, and the cigarette back in the day, and also raced the Doug Wright and X-Cat. So there's a lot of experience in that Gladiator boat, but that's a brand new boat to them. And he has taken over 2nd place on the inside.
Way to go. And he's also French.
And just coming around the pin here on the north end of the course, we have Taylor Sism and John Tomlinson.
When you could see daylight through the other end of the tunnel,
yeah,
these boats are running fast.
Oh, there's a trough up there on the north end too. I saw Gladiator fall down into it and get back up. John Tomlinson, Taylor Sism, coming by the start-finish boat here. What lap is this, Christian?
We're entering our 6th lap.
6th lap. Gladiator boat had a great set of turns up there, and they've really stretched out the lead over Bad Habits by about rooster tail and a half.
As we see things start to shake out a little bit. What a hop!
I think they're staying on them down there in the south end of the course. Johnny still around out in front. Gladiator in second, Bad Habits in third.
Oh.
What lap we on here, Christian?
We're entering lap 7 for the Unlimited Super Cat and V.
So Jeff Stevenson, Michael Stancombe co-passed our vantage point here at the 2022 OPA World Championship. JBA's Racing, you know, they've got a new boat on order too. Has such a great sound to it. You know, the exhaust goes right out the side.
When you can feel the pistons through your soul, that means you're at an OPA race.
You know, Coco's Monkey is the old Shadow Pirate, and that was such a dominant boat in that class. They'll get the hang of it. It's going to be a really competitive boat. And that's a Bongino's father and son team. They're getting a good run for that boat. They'll get more time in it. They ran under just S39 for a couple of our races this year. But it's great to see them out here, father and son. Again, family team. Pete and AJ Bongino.
That's one of the things that separates the OPA. There's a lot of there's a father-son, father-daughter, a lot of family. Yeah. And that's why I am a part of this.
And they're from up in Rochester, New York. They're a long way from home.
Yeah.
We've got the factory stocks coming around, headed south right here along the beach, folks.
Taylor making her way toward the entrance of lap 7. And
the Gladiator right there.
Looks like they might have gotten around.
Oh, they did. They're in second place.
Yep.
Bad Habits, and they're stretching out that lead too. Wonder how that works out. Do they help pick out the prop that you get to run? Who gets the choice of the props? How's that shake out?
That would be an excellent question. I think their setups could be similar, might be a little. There's so much going on. We have to be dialed in. We can't, we apologize, but we're trying to focus on everything because these boats are moving so rapidly. They're fast.
This is the fastest race of the day. You're exactly right, folks.
So we're trying to keep our eyes on everything so you don't miss anything.
Team Bermuda, great run today. Like I said, that was CR Racing back in the day. Just last year, Casey and Rob stepped up to a Super Cat. They're going to try to do all the Super Cat races next year here. Knucklehead coming around the north end of the course. Heard a little bit of a bobble. Listen to that thing. I think they're burning off a little bit of weight, burning off some fuel.
That's just what about 120, 130 looks like, right?
Oh, there's a couple hops down there too.
Yeah.
That's a big old boat to be hopping around. Oh, look at this. On the back stretch, we have a 450 class factory stock. Taylor and Johnny, the Gladiator boat, is pulled up right alongside of them. We got to stay on that race right here going into turn 5.
That's a race.
Gladiator pulled right up next to him on that dog leg. Great race going on there. Oh, he ducked to the inside, right through the rooster tail. It's a great race.
Let's see what happens in this turn 6 and 7.
Oh, where did they find that speed? You see him stretch that out?
Johnny might be playing with them.
Johnny kick it into overdrive?
They might be playing.
Watch this corner.
Taking it wide, keeping the speed up, keeping the trim up.
Gladiator stays to the outside.
Let's see what happens on this front stretch. But they did really close the gap. So the split times, let's count the split times at that piling. Five, 4.5 to 5 seconds. Let's see what happens.
Neck on the back stretch.
As they go into the entrance of their 8th lap.
Of 11. So what they're going to do is they're going to set them up and just be ready to pounce on anything, any bobble that they have. But Taylor has arguably one of the best throttlemen in the world in her boat with her.
Absolutely.
You know, and you watch that behind the scenes in the lead series, talking about the MTI family of the Sisms, and John Tomlinson was talking about how honored he was to be reached out to and to be racing with Taylor Sism in that boat.
You got to call up the best. And the funniest thing was today when I said, hey, how are you? My name is Christian. Can I please speak to Taylor? And he looked at me like, huh? Hey, you know, listen, when you're a trendsetter, you got to talk to the trendsetter. Here comes JBS.
So we got lap traffic back there on the backside. Justice League kind of getting in the way in the 450 class. We'll have to see how they negotiate this dog leg. Boy, that thing's loud, isn't it? Gladiator has to go wide around Justice League.
Something tells
Taylor
me,
and Johnny are in the inside.
Something tells me we might see more of those out on the course next year, but I don't know.
Ooh, there's still some holes out there.
Yep, see that leap?
They're not cruising by any means.
No, they're not putting it on cruise control. They're putting on a show and they're doing well. They're also testing their equipment.
Let's watch this corner. Both of them make it through that corner
did you see
great.
it slow down just a little bit.
Yep.
Because she knows, and he's taking it easy. He doesn't want to. It's very quick. Stuff could go sideways in that hole very quickly.
Yeah, and the Sism camp is just here to the north end of our broadcast booth, so they're telling them how close the separation is. Right here underneath the blue tent. Oh,
They're right on their tail.
did you see them take that great corner?
Yep.
That is awesome. This is great racing, folks. These things have warranties.
They have 3 laps to finish.
It's 450.
We're entering their 9th lap.
450 boats have warranties on them.
Yeah, and so do the motors. Just don't tell Mercury what they're doing.
Yeah, probably pretty bad on that part. Bad Habit having a great showing here today. Justice League, I hope they didn't hurt the motors there. They're still trying to put on a show and get as many laps as they can.
It sounds better though.
Like you said, it could have just been washed down.
It could be water, it could be anything. What do we know from 3 stories up in the air and they're in the cockpit and they're looking at gauges?
Give them a call.
I wanted to do that. I wanted to, you know how like they do that in car, like in NASCAR?
Yeah.
Hey DW, this is up in the booth, you got me? And you want to hear it. Well, I'm trying my hardest.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Stop talking bad about me, I could get some laps in.
Hey, I'm busy.
Yeah, got some stuff to do. Uh-oh.
JBS Sounds like they're pulling to the inside.
They're pulling to the inside, but there's 3 more laps to go. Did they have the checkered flag? Did I count wrong?
No. Probably just want to save the equipment.
He could have.
So that would be the overall, then, would be the Knuckleheads. Overall winner of the day. So the overall leader now falls back to Evil Ed Smith and Anthony Smith and Knucklehead Racing.
Whoa, what a high-flying leap that was by Taylor and Johnny. And Gladiator's right on the rear of their rooster tail.
How many laps did factory stock have left?
Factory stock has 3 laps left. This is going into their 3 3/4. So as soon as this comes around, there's 2 laps left.
Winded down here. But look how close the Gladiators got.
Yep, they're pushing them.
Oh!
Whoa, that was tight.
That was really tight.
But Johnny knows how far to push his driver. So, and they have complete trust in each other.
Oh, seeing it span?
Yep.
It's what we were talking about earlier, folks. These are longer
4
boats.
seconds.
They can span that trough.
4 seconds.
4 seconds separation. So they got 2 laps left to make their move.
What a race.
A great race. Got a little bit of glare there on the back stretch. Sun's coming out today. We're hoping for sun tomorrow, but it's calling for rain. Boats will get a freshwater flush as they're out there racing. Justice League coming by. Beautiful skater. Team Bermuda in the lead in super stock. Coco's Monkey just coming around the pin there on the north end of the course. Knucklehead just on their back transom.
Two laps to go for these folks.
I love the sound of that boat.
So theoretically, he could call it.
He could.
And he would lead the day.
Yeah.
But he has 2 laps to go.
Correct. So V-Extreme does have the overall lead at this point, but he could pull to the inside because he has completed more laps now than JBS did if he was looking for the overall win.
Right, for today. But he has tomorrow and
Right.
double points, and we'll see what happens.
But there are 2 different classes. But
Right.
yeah, but putting on a show for the fans.
Exactly, and we hate money. And love gas.
On the south end of the course there, we're following the super stocks. Knucklehead is past the super stocks now, going to that turn. Coco's Monkey has closed the gap a little bit on Team Bermuda. And that is a tight corner down there. Like Michael was saying earlier. He said it's not quite a 180, it's more like a 140.
Yeah, it's tight.
Here comes your leaders in the factory stock. Taylor Sism, John Tomlinson. We've got 1 more lap to go. Gladiator boat is right behind him, the Doug Wright. The only Doug Wright in the factory stock today. In third place, we have Bad Habits, another MTI. We've seen a lead change back here on the back stretch.
Oh boy.
We are. Coco's Monkey has got around Team Bermuda. Look at that. Team Bermuda must be down on power because those guys are walking away from them. That's great to see that father and son team sticking to it. Now in the lead in your super stock. Justice League coming past, still popping a little bit. Evil Ed Smith, Anthony Smith, leaders of the day. The Extreme. Such a cool boat. Rattling everybody's feelings as they're coming past here. And there's your new leader in the super stock. Coco's Monkey has got around and is leading by about 4 rooster tails over Team Bermuda. Team Bermuda doesn't look like they're losing speed.
No, and it could have been anything. They're clapping.
We're hearing cheering.
I think they're clapping for Taylor.
We're hearing the cheering from the MTI camp just to our north here.
Yeah, but that split's tight. That Gladiator boat's gaining on speed.
They're doing anything they can. They're just a rooster tail and a half back. We got to stay on that race.
Yeah, that's going to be a tight turn.
Look at this. 2 completely different manufacturers, and look how close and evenly matched
Yeah.
this is. That's great. What is Gladiator going to do? They're going to try to jump to the inside? No, carry the speed on the outside. Taylor Sisson, Johnny Tomlinson in the lead. I believe we have one more to go. If Gladiator's going to do anything, this is the time. They're freeing it up. Oh, trimming it out. Look at that. Gladiator's doing anything they can to find speed. Watch this southern course, or southern corner.
He did. He had one lap.
Great corner by both teams. Separation
'cause
hasn't
The
changed.
flag didn't come out.
Rooster tail and a half.
So it looks like Knuckleheads
Pulled to the inside.
left stage south, and they had a lap to go, and we know that because the checkered flag didn't come out. So we got to find out from Evil Ed what happened.
We will. But, you know, time to go back to the pit, put it on the trailer. Okay, north end of the course. We've got the Justice League, and we've got Coco's Monkey, I believe, coming around the north end. I don't see Team Bermuda. Oh, there. Yes, I do. They're on just through the dog leg and on the backstretch, headed to turn 5. They may have thrown a prop blade. Anything could have happened there. Will this be the final lap for the Super Cat?
Yep.
Coco's Monkey coming in.
They have to finish the final lap.
Oh, they have one more lap to go.
They do. They have to finish their final lap.
Factory stop. This is the last half of the last lap,
Right.
correct?
Exactly. I believe it's correct. I hope they believe it's correct, and I hope the start-finish boat believe it's correct. But yes, according to my count, that's correct.
Do you think that Gladiator has anything for Taylor and Johnny?
We'll see.
What would you do?
In which boat?
Gladiator, would you go to the outside
No,
and try to carry your speed?
I would keep running a safe race. You just raced 11 laps. You got to set yourself up for tomorrow. So you figured out what the boat's going to do.
They're in their spray.
Right. They did a tight turn. They tried to get inside. They're right neck and neck. They're right at their transom eye. How
Boy,
close
they
are
trim
they?
it up and they're trying to get any speed they can out of it.
Here's the checkered flag.
I see the checkered flag.
They
Ladies
tried.
and gentlemen, your
They
winner
tried to get
today, Taylor Sism, Johnny Tomlinson.
Way to go. The best
Just
of the best.
within a second and a half, Gladiators
excellent
right on their
job.
hip.
The equipment
Great
is
showing
excellent.
today.
The teams are excellent. Excellent job.
Whole crowd here on the beach was cheering them on. Here comes your third place boat in factory stock, Bad Habits. Another beautiful MTI. That's a 4-person boat with the big canopy on it. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the leader out here.
This is the final round for Superstock.
There we have on the back stretch, Coco's Monkey, the Bongino father and son team out of Rochester, New York. Had a great run here today. And they've got their fingers crossed. Everything stays together. Just got a couple more corners to do. One more corner. They're not backing off though. They're skying it a little bit there on the north edge. Here they come, Superstock, rounding the corner, right in front of the beach. Cheer them on, everybody. Came a long way. They've been racing 2 weeks in a row.
Way to go.
Way to go.
Airing it out. See that? Ooh, that was so close to stuffing. Trim it back in, fellas.
You know, it's interesting too today, Bermuda has the 300R 4-strokes and Coco's Monkey still has the 300XS 2-stroke motors.
And you can hear the difference.
You sure can. Congratulations to Coco's Monkey. Bongino's Pete and AJ. There on the back stretch, we have Team Bermuda. Something happened there, but they fell off the pace, led early, fell off the pace, and I don't know what could have happened there. Anything though, you know, you could have prop blade going bad, vibration in the boat. Those outboards aren't without flaw either. You know, you can still have them wash down and have problems with the electronics as well.
Running for an hour wide open, wouldn't you be tired?
Energized, right? Here we go, Team Bermuda. Awesome to see them come here and race twice, back to back. Planning on doing a full season next year.
Boat's running clean. Way to go, guys.
Congratulations. And that's going to finish our fifth and final race of the day here at the 2022 OPA World Championships from beautiful Englewood Beach, Florida. We want to thank everybody for coming out today and watching. The crowd, great time. VIP tents are set up here on the beach. If you want to come down tomorrow and check it out, we'd love to have you. Hopefully we're going to have sunshine again tomorrow, Christian.
Let's pray for that in rough water.
Rougher water. That's what levels the playing field, is how big the water is. There's certain teams that love it and there's certain teams that hate it. So what we'll do, Christian and I will go to the pits and walk around and get heads up and information for tomorrow's race. Talk to the teams. Try to get some of them lined up to come up here and talk to us tomorrow. Racing again begins at 10 o'clock. Thank you everybody for joining us today, and please join in tomorrow here for the OPA 2022 World Championship.